those of you here in the paddock with us today, and for those of you tuning in from live around the world, welcome to Road America to Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin for round number 3 of the 2022 United States Pro Kart Series. We are here in Speedville, America's home of speed, Road America. My name is Andrew Clements. Alongside me is Caleb Smock, and it is a beautiful, beautiful morning here in Elkhart Lake.
Yeah, I don't want to sound too much like a Midwestern, but it definitely is gorgeous out here today. You couldn't ask for better weather, not a cloud in the sky, and from what we've seen for practice, I think we're in for a treat when it comes time for qualifying.
Yeah, we should be in for a good one here. We've seen quite a few drivers in happy hour that were down within just a couple hundredths of each other, even a few in a couple thousandths. In the X30 Pro morning warm-up session, Cameron Weinberg, Hayden Jones, a dead-on tie. X30 Junior, presented by Rollison Performance Group, getting set to head on to the racetrack here shortly. And we are all but ready here for a full day of action. A couple of changes coming into the weekend, of course. In the first 2 rounds of the season, we did qualifying on Friday afternoon. We were getting set for that once again here, but they made a few changes. That's put qualifying now to the beginning of each race day once again, like we were last year. But we are still going to have a long race day with a last chance qualifier and 2 separate groups for the pre-finals for KA100 Senior. They will be our final class to head onto the racetrack here at a full 44-driver grid to cap off our day at around 6 p.m. local time, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're live on YouTube.com/KartChaser, live on Facebook.com/KartChaser officials as well, if you want to tune in and follow the action along. Free to watch here for qualifying and pre-finals. And, of course, you can watch the action live as an official KC Premium member for that action also.
As we're getting set to go here shortly, the first group has been fired, which, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be what looks to be the X30 Juniors are about to get underway here shortly for their 3-lap qualifier. Again, that is 3 laps to try to set a fast lap time. If they're not able to get it done then, they're going to have an interesting time when it comes time for both the pre-final and final. If I'm not mistaken, there are 2 LCQs today, both in the KA division and both the KA Senior and KA Junior. So the first group rolling out now is your X30 Juniors. Again, everyone's going to make the show. No LCQ needed. First 2 laps is most likely going to be a wash. This is going to take a couple laps here for the tire temperatures to come up. You can see the first couple drivers making the way around now. A beautiful track layout we have for you guys this weekend is we're in the rolling hills of Wisconsin, up by Wisconsin Lake, in between Wisconsin and Sheboygan. As there's a live look now, that looks to be one of the Fernando Alonso karts making the way around. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that may be Ingrata just ahead. There's one of the Weldons. That is going to be in the Lando Norris kart, making his way into the S's now. So a lot of elevation change here, as we were talking about earlier with the track. Track layout and the track surface has been the 2 main topping points that people have been talking about. Both of the fact it's been a little bit greasy. There's not a whole lot of action that happens here aside from some of the local races, so there's not a lot of grip laid down. And because of that, it causes the track takes a little bit longer to come in, and it causes a little bit of another challenge, you should say, for the drivers to making the way around. So lap number 1 is about to be in the books, and we're going to have a live look at times for you here shortly. So let's see how they come across the line. Continue getting bumped down the order as Enzo Benmonti is currently sitting P1. Jacob Kolar comes across now in the 2nd position. So let's see. This rest of the field doesn't make their way through. There is Jacob Kolar now making his way into the S's. Right behind him is Enzo Benmonti as they continue to go around. So there was not Enzo Benmonti. That was all the way from Canada of Aiden Ingrata, running on the Speed Sports chassis and under the Speed Sport group. There's a live look now. That is what was your pole sitter right off the back, but now he's gotten bumped down to 7th with Sebastian Weldon, Lando Norris kart. Let's see what he does. His 2nd lap across the line. He does improve his time. He goes to P3. He is currently trying to make his way through. As there's Leonardo Scorpioni is able to take the spot away. Still Enzo Benmonti up into P1. As we're watching now, there is out in front, that is Sebastian Weldon. sitting in the 6th position. He wasn't on any of our live streams recently. He took a little bit of a break here from the National and Regional Series. Comes back for USPKS round number 3 again in beautiful Wisconsin. So let's see if he's able to recover from that little bit of a break and is able to throw down a faster lap time as he's making way into the S's now. And again, the S's are the best passing points here, but you're not going to see any passing when it comes time for qualifying. This is all about setting a good lap time, get yourself as high up in the heats as possible so that when it comes time for the feature, you can put on a good show. He's making his way across the line. Let's see what time he does. Weldon does not improve his time, and that was actually Enzo Montiel who was running right behind him. There is Kolar, Jacob Kolar, making his way across the line. Let's see what time he's able to do. He goes P3, but Luke Powers right behind him, able to take the spot away. So now Luke Powers is your provisional pole sitter. Again, this is now lap number 3. Checker flag is going to be out. So let's see if there's any other big movers. Anthony Martella is able to go P1, and I believe that's the rest of the group. So the current order right now for the X30 Juniors is Anthony Martella is going to be P1, Luke Powers P2, Leonardo Scorpione currently sitting in the 3rd position with Enzo Vimonti in 4th, Jacob Kolar in P number 5. That is going to round it out for your top 5. We still have group number 2 still yet to come up here for X30 Juniors. They're now making their way on the track here shortly. We still have a couple of stragglers from that first group trying to make their way off. So in that second group, Cooper Baisley is one to look out for, along with Jorge Ortiz. Aiden Agradas is actually out in this one, so I was mixing him up with his teammate. That was the 751 of Luke Powers, who's currently sitting P2 overall. So we got Aiden Agrada in the 750 Speed Sports, Max Garcia in the Will Power car, another one to look out for. Stephen Miller, another heavy hitter here recently, along with Christian Miles, Teddy Musella, and Caleb Gaffera. So the fast group of group number 1 is about to make their way out for their 3-lap qualifying session. Let's see how this one plays out for them as they make their way around. There's Caleb Gaffera and that Cosmic, if I'm not mistaken, he is the 704. So let's see what he's able to do here. There's another look at the rest of the field. So it's going to be Gaffera leading him across the stripe and trying to see if he can't go purple. Something else. Let's come back on. Sorry about that. We had a little bit of technical difficulties, but we are back and live here from Wisconsin. So let's see how this second group of your X30 Juniors lays out. You can hear in the background, the SCCA are doing the runoffs here in Wisconsin on Road America on the big track. So you might hear a little bit of background noise from them. But right now we are currently watching this second group for the X30 Junior, the fast group that is. That's currently Max Taylor, P1, Christian Miles, P2, and Caleb Gaffera sitting in 3rd with 1 lap left to go. So there's Caleb Gaffera that we're watching now. You can see the inside wheel starting to bike up a little bit as trying to some guys are struggling to get some grip into their cart. As you can see him throwing it all over the place, trying to get that rear to jack up in the air to rotate better. He makes his way across the line. Let's see how he comes across. Again, it's still Max Taylor currently set for P1. Caleb Gaffera goes to the top of the board. So he is going to bump Christian Miles down to P2. He gets a checkered flag. Rest of the field coming across the line now. So it's currently Gaffera, Miles, and Emma K. Scarball running in the 3rd spot. Rest of the field makes their way across the line for the checkered flag. So that is going to be your top 3. Jorge Ortiz is going to sit in a P4 with Gavin Witt in the 5th position. Christian Cameron is going to sit in the 6th spot with Ernesto Rivera in P number 7. Teddy Musella in 8th along with Alexander Cartier in P number 9. And Max Taylor rounds out the field in the 10th position. So they are going to make their way across the line. Oh, sorry, actually I messed it up. They actually do get 1 more lap. That is my bad. Now the checkered flag is out. So let's see how this one comes across. Again, this is your X30 Junior, sponsored by Rollison Performance Group. Across the line, Cooper Baisley is going to go to the top of the board, and Jorge Ortiz follows to P2. Caleb Gaffera gets bumped down to 3rd. Let's see if he's able to improve his time. and it doesn't look like he's able to do so. So that's going to be Cooper Baisley and Jorge Ortiz are 1 and 2, but I think there may be a little bit of a problem with the timing system because there are only 2 with registered times. There's the rest of the field. Sorry, our timing just now updated. So that's Jorge Ortiz to P1. Cooper Baisley goes to P2. Max Taylor sits 3rd. Christian Miles will be 4th. Caleb Gaffera registered in P number 5 with Cameron Brickman in the 6th spot. Anthony Martella is going to sit P number 8 with Luke Powers alongside on that row in P number 9. And Leonardo Scorpioni, 9th. Ernesto Rivera is going to sit 10th. Enzo Valmontien is currently registered 11th with Stephen Miller 12th. Jacob Kolar 13th. Emma K. Scarball P14. Teddy Masella 15. Aiden Grada 16. Jado Vagra is going to sit P17. Alexander Carter is going to sit P18. Javier Herrera, P19. Max Garcia 20th. Sebastian Webb 21st. Christian Cameron 22nd. And in 23rd, rounding out the field, is going to be Gavin Wade. We're going to sit into another commercial break. And when we come back, we still got more qualifying here yet to come from Road America.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
So welcome back here. We are now watching our X30 Masters, sponsored by Speed Concepts Racing. So there's going to be 16 in total this weekend. So a decent-sized field for X30 Master. Again, these guys are usually 30 to 35 years of age or older. A little bit older, but also a lot more competitive. Some major names to look out for is names of Mario Barrios, Scotty Roberts, Danilo Romalo, Martin Stone, another big name to look out for. And coming out of retirement for his debut race back in the seat is going to be Chris Werhelm, who, if you tune into the happy hour, is one of the representatives here for Offset, as he is representing Burrell Art this weekend. So keep an eye on him to see if he can hop back in the saddle and put up in the front where he used to find himself back in his heyday, and try to come out here and have some fun in beautiful Wisconsin and Road America and Elkhart Lake. Lap number 1 about to come in the books here. Let's see how this one's going to come across the line. Scotty Roberts is able to go P1. He is the first one to come across the line, so let's see how the rest of the field comes across. Martin Stone, Miguel Meyer, 2 big names to look out for, along with Mario Barrios, who I believe is a championship leader. Chris Vomir is going to go to P3. He is able to make his way up the board. I think Martin Stone about to make his way across the line. along with the likes of Evan Batt, I believe, just made his way across. He goes to P3, so it's still Scotty Roberts sitting in that first position. I don't believe that this group is broken up. It is going to be, if it is, it'll be 8 and 8 to make up 16. As they make their way across the line right now. Let's see. Here comes Scotty Roberts. So this is going to be broken up. 8 carts currently out right now. 8 are still to go. Scotty Roberts improves his time, sitting in the pole position. So this is the slower group. When the fast group comes out, there'll be a little bit of a mix-up. It'll be who can maintain their spot inside the fast 8 and who's going to get bumped down the line. So right now, it looks like Scotty Roberts is trying to see if he can't punch his ticket inside the top 10 when the rest of the group comes across out. So still names to come is the likes of Martin Stone, Miguel Meyer, Chris Wilhelm, Robert Meir, Mario Barrios, Danny Robertson, Scott Kopp, and Donalo Romalo. So some big names still yet to come, but also there's some big names in this first group. Nikki So one more lap about to be completed as the checkered flag is now out. Now across the line, Evan Batt able to improve his time, but not his position. Still sets P5. Jake Feeder was able to go purple, so he is now sitting the fastest car in this first group. Scotty Roberts was not able to come back and improve his time, so he's currently sitting into P3. And I believe checkered flag is out for the rest of the field, so they're about to make their way in. Fast group is about to make their way back out. So engines have been fired for group number 2. There's a good shot of them right now. And that is group 2 for X30 Master, sponsored by Speed Concepts. About to go out for their 3-lap quick qualifier. Usually the first lap is a little bit of a wash. Second and third is when they're on it. You have to set it up for that second and third lap because that first lap is all about getting your tires up to temp. But as we said before, typically here at Road America, there's a little bit of a loss for grip. So it takes just a little bit more to get the tires to come up to temperature. So let's see as they make their way out. It looks like, I believe it's going to be Martin Stone leading the group out. Can't get a good eye on him. As they make their way all the way up the hill to the chicane of turns number 1 and 2. There's a good shot at the top of the hill of that hairpin at the top of the track. You can see him. That is Martin Stone, cart number 1, making his way, Scott Kopp, I should say. And that Merlin making his way out of the hairpin down to the bottom parts of the track. You come downhill. Do a quick little series of lefts and right sweepers before it gets to this bottom set of S's. And they make your way to the final corner to this long front straightaway with a little bit of a kink in it, coming up the hill to the chicane of turns 1 and 2. So let's see. First group out. That appears to be cart 518. 518 is Donalo Romalo, is the first one to come across the line. So let's see how he is able to turn some laps here. Again, first lap is not registered as a time. The second time by is considered lap number 1. Here comes the rest of the field. Chris Wilhelm in that Burrell Art making his debut back into the seat after taking some time off. Is currently trying to see where he can end up. See if he can make his way back into the top 8. Right now it's Jake Feeder, Nicky Colalo sitting P2, Scott Roberts P3, Christian Vermeer P4, and Evan Batt. Top 5 so far. Let's see if they're able to maintain their positions or if they're going to get bumped down the order. Typically there's a little bit of shuffling that happens when that first group goes out. Here comes the first one across the line. That's going to be Donalo Romalo. He goes to P1 with a 47.784. Scott Kopp comes across the line second. He is currently sitting in 9th. Mario Barrios breaks into the top 5. Chris Wilhelm goes to P9. Miguel Meyer goes to P5. So right now from that first group, highest one up is Donalo Romalo, who's sitting on pole position. And then we go down to Miguel Meyer in P5, Mario Barrios P6, Chris Wilhelm in P10, Martin Stone and company in 12th, Scott Kopp, Danny Roberts, S.H. Moon, and Miguel Meyer are currently in the bottom half of the field. But that was lap number 1. Still 2 more laps to improve. Here comes your provisional pole sitter right now, Donalo Romalo. running on the Cosmic Kart, making his way across the line. Does not improve his time from previous. He goes about 2/10 slower. Scott Kopp improves his time, but not position. Mario Barrios does the same, improves time, but not position. No major movers inside the top 5 just yet. Miguel, here comes Chris Wilhelm. Goes to P2. Off by about, he went a 47.788. The time he's got to beat is a 47.784. So he's about 4/100ths off of what he needs to be of Donalo Romalo, your provisional pole sitter. Some other big movers. Barrios continues to stay locked into P5. So Jake Feeder, your pole sitter from group number 1, is currently locked into the 3rd position unless there's some big movers. Looks like one did pull off. I believe that is Donalo Romalo. Does not think he can go any faster, so he comes off the line. Scott Kopp locks in his position number 8, not afraid to prove his time. Mario Barrios goes to P1, running on the Cosmic Kart with the Rawlison Performance Group. Chris Wilhelm goes P2 yet again, so he improves his time, able to overtake Donalo Romalo, but not fast enough to get around Barrios. And I think there was no other big movers from there, so that is going to lock in your top 16 for your X30 Master, sponsored by Speed Concepts. We're going to sit to the commercial break. When we come back, we still have more qualifying still yet to come here with your micros.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning Super Nationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rawlison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rawlisonperformancegroup.com.
Here at the Kart Chaser, as we are now live with Mini Swift, sponsored by D&J International Services. It's a sponsor for your Mini Swift group. This is going to be broken up into 2 groups, if not more, for qualifying, seeing as there is 34 currently registered to take the green flag here this afternoon. So this, the way they do the qualifying groups here is they break them up after qualifying, where they go slowest to fastest. So they take the top 10 or whatever it may be, 15 if they need. That will be from that first group, and they'll put them out first and send the second group out after. But don't make that think that just because they're fast in the first group that they're going to get bumped down the order, because a lot of times we see some kiddos who stay fast in that first group, stay locked in. When it comes time for group number 2, they find themselves well inside the top 10. So we got the first couple of kiddos making their way across the line. Again, this is your Mini Swift, so it's the younger class division. Always put on a good show due to the lower horsepower. The tow is more of an effect the less horsepower you get. So when it comes to your micros and your minis, it's all about how much can you stay in the draft of the guy in front of you. So again, 3-lap qualifier is going to go by fairly quickly for these kiddos. So this qualifying group is probably going to go back to back to back. They're about to get lap number 1 across the line registered. They're just making the way for the warm-up. When they come across the line at the stripe, after coming out of the pits is when the clock is going to start for the 3 laps. After that, they'll just continue to try to go as quick as they can. As you're currently watching, if I'm not mistaken, that is Gage Korn making his way around. I believe he's going to be the first one across the line. So let's see what time Gage Korn's able to do. Making his way across the stripe. He is able, obviously, to go purple since he has a first cart by. He is a heavy hitter when it comes to this mini Swift division. So let's see what time he's able to do there, Xander.
Yeah, Gage Korn's been having a lot of improvements over the course of this year. He is, at the moment, bumped down to third as Carter McMurray and Carson Berry go a little bit quicker. As mentioned here, divided into 2 groups for the DNJ Intermodal Services Mini Swift class. We're watching the bottom half from final practice making their way around. Here's Korn dropping down into the downhill right-hand turn, and then they'll head towards the switchback 180s. 3 180-degree corners, really 4 if you count them, back and forth all the way until they finish the lap here as they work their way on through. We'll drop back, pick up a few more. I believe right there is going to be the 117 of Carson Berry as we watch some more come towards the top of the hill. A few packs around the racetrack as they work their way towards the end of their qualifying session. The white flag waving for our first few drivers. Here comes the 117 of Carson Berry across the line. No improvement on lap number 2. He'll get one more shot at it. He is punching a big hole in the air by his lonesome, headed through turns 1 and 2 up the hill. We talked a little bit about it on Happy Hour, and the United States Pro Kart Series, as you can see, has lined the track with barriers at the exit of turn number 2, Caleb. That's going to be a major problem spot this weekend. It always is with the runoff areas. We see Carter McMurray drop on into the turn 3 sector. But that section of barriers here is there goes another one. I believe that's Max Weiland in the Magic Kart USA entry there. He's a little bit further down, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe one of the other Magic Karts on the circuit. No, indeed, that is Weiland in the 188, and he just went to the top in a 52.409. Carson Berry bumped to second. McMurray, Korn, and Mason Berry, your top 5 so far. But that section there at the top, turns 1 and 2, that chicane, that is going to be a tricky spot on the starts. If anyone gets forced off the racetrack, it's a long run around the grass on the outside to rejoin the circuit.
Yeah, I think that's going to be more of a problem when it comes time for the heat races, when maybe there's some people who have bad qualifying runs. They're not able to improve their times as much as they need, and they're going to have the work cut out for them. As you were saying before, they introduced a new barrier system to where before, when people would cut the track and they get a 4-position penalty, they would just cut it and then go right back on track, make up 6 or 7 positions, and then get a 4-spot penalty. As you were saying before, there's a long line of barriers, and they have to go all the way through the grass. Thankfully for them, we didn't get any major rain yesterday to speak of, so it's not going to be a wet track or wet surface, I should say, to go across as the rest of the field makes their way across the line for the checkered flag.
Nice run for Austin Warner on the final circuit. The CRG driver out of Georgia, a long way up here to Wisconsin, goes to the top at a 52.157. Best Max Weiland by a 1/10 of a second. Nico Sarfati in the GFC karting entry jumps to third. McMurray with a good lap on the final circuit. Carter McMurray ends 4th. William Kim 5th here in the first of the 2 groups to come. Carson Berry, your quickest driver on lap number 1, has been dropped all the way down to the 6th position. Did not improve from that first time out. Fionn Shee, Gage Korn, Mason Berry, Henry Taylor, your top 10 out of the first 17 to put laps down here in the Mini Swift qualifying session presented by DNJ Intermodal Services. The engines have fired now on the grid. As you can see, the first few drivers getting set to head onto the racetrack. Keelan Harvick and the 162 Hunt Brothers Pizza Harvick Racing Machine will lead them out onto the circuit here with a number of cars behind him as they head out for the outlap. Harvick has had a standout year, but it's a stacked class, 34 drivers in total. We look at some of the other names that were quick with Harvick at the end of final practice. Yesterday, Lucas Palacio, a good drafting partner of Keelan. He's set to go out second in the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic. Brady Shad, one of the local Wisconsinites, was super impressive with the Route 66 Sprint Series event here at Badger Kart Club a few weeks ago, live streamed as well. He was 3rd in final practice. You go down some of the other names we're used to seeing: Michael McCauley, Asher Augstein, Tyler Roberts, Ethan Tovo, Jackson Tovo, of course, Cade Yeager, Carson Weinberg. The list goes on. There's a lot of talent and probably about 10 to 12 drivers that, if the circumstances are right, if they're able to hit all their marks, could put it on top here in qualifying. And we're just getting underway as lap number 1 comes to get started here by Keelan Harvick on the 162.
As you were saying, it's one of the tighter groups that we have here in the weekend when it comes for the Mini Swift. As you were saying before, it's the usual bunch, always up on the top. but don't let that be mistaken. Typically when they're running very close together, there's some other names who may sneak their way through as they can play the strategy just right. But as we were talking about before, I think heat races are going to be very crucial this weekend, as seeing as there are 34 in this field.
Yeah, they're going to be majorly important. You can see how big this racetrack here is at Road America. You've got to be able to start at least in the first few rows to not get left behind when the draft trains do begin to separate, and they will. And it'll be very tough to run someone down with that extremely long front straightaway. And then the big run up the hill to turn at number 3. You're going uphill. Right now the wind's not too heavy for a tailwind or a headwind, but there's a lot of drafting places on this racetrack for some of the lower horsepower classes like the Mini Swift division. You'll see even some pack racing in the X30 Pro class later on here that's set on the grid at the moment. Harvick at the on his first lap, a decent one, a 51.63, puts him quicker than Austin Warner. Lucas Palacio able to match the level of pace. He goes up to second, about a tenth and a half back. Tyler Roberts puts a good lap together as well, as we'll pick up Harvick coming out of turn number 3.
Yeah, Harvick making his way down to the bottom part, what we like to call, once you get out of the top part, hairpin, you come down this hill and do a series of almost S's, if you would like, where you make your way through. And as you were talking about before, that long front straightaway is probably the only major drafting effect you're going to see here when they come to the higher horsepower divisions. When they want to get down to these kiddos with a little less of a horsepower engine, when they get to the faster and wider parts of the track, they can also find just a little bit more toe than you might see in some of the senior classes.
White flag in the air here for Keelan Harvick. He'll improve that pace to a 51.53. Lucas Palacio across the line, 8 thousandths of a second off, as there's the 129 machine down the order a little ways to find where he currently is at, as everyone will shuffle through the time boards. Tyler Roberts going to best Harvick here, a fellow Parolin, to the top by 3.5 tenths of a second in the 199. Carson Weinberg going to go a little bit quicker as well. He jumps to second. Cade Yeager to third. Here we'll pick up, I believe that's Ethan Tovo and more. There is the 199 of Tyler Roberts in the Parolin as he heads for turn 4 down into the drop section. Here's Lucas Palacio. Again, he was up in the top 2 early. He's been bumped to 6. We'll pick up some more coming through as the rest cycle on by.
Now let's see what times they're able to do it. Again, this is the last lap for them to try to set a time. Currently, Roberts out in front in that CRG. As we're looking now, that appears to be the 184, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong on that one. That was a 167. Sorry, Magahi. Oxtein just comes across with Tyler Roberts able to improve his not able to improve his time. Currently stays locked into P1, and here comes Carson Weinberg in the CRG, able to bump him down the order.
To the top, Carson Weinberg in the Speed Concepts Racing CRG at a 51.120. 400ths up on Roberts. Cade Yeager slots into third. Brady Shad to fourth. Palacio fifth. Harvick down in sixth. Palacio and Harvick separated by 1,000th of a second. So a big-time last-minute improvement for Carson Weinberg and the Speed Concepts Racing Group. Well, they've got a number of heavy hitters coming up here in the X30 Pro class. That'll be next to go with the first of 2 groups for their qualifying session as well. But they've already got 1 pole award here in the Mini Swift division. And they look, again, to the older drivers to see if they can match that Austin Garrison, Jack Jeffers, and Cameron Weinberg. We waving the SCR CRG flag. But Carson Weinberg, what a great final lap to go to the top. Tyler Roberts second, Cade Yeager third, Brady Shad, Lucas Palacio, Keelan Harvick, Turner Brown, Salvador De La Vecchia, Austin Dromalev, and Ty Fisher, your top 10. Before the X30 Pros got underway yesterday, we were able to catch up with fellow Speed Concepts Racing driver Austin Garrison as he makes his return to a CRG chassis for the first time since 2019 and only his second start of the 2022 season. Here's what he had to say after Friday practice.
Austin, this is not far enough back to be a throwback, but just about. Been a couple of years since you've been on this thing, and it's a lot different since. What's it like?
So it's definitely different. They got one chassis that's here now. We're just trying to go and focus throughout the year, getting it right, with Cameron. I've been wanting to go and test it to go and see how it was going to go and be. And as of now, for only being on it for one day, never been to this track. So far, the balance of the car feels pretty good. It's pretty solid. So we'll just keep working at it, fine-tuning it, get the balance a little bit better. Been lacking some traction, so got to keep on working on it.
Some of your first thoughts here on this racetrack that you've never been to before. A lot of people say the surface is different. Obviously, the flow is kind of unique to this racetrack. What's it like out there?
Yeah, so I've only been here twice. I was once tuning on somebody, then I was a driver coach. But yeah, everybody said that there's obviously not that much traction out on the racetrack. Got to run a crazy high tire pressure. But going out there, my first experience, I thought the track was pretty fun. It was super flowy, really high speed. I like the downhill left going into that little corkscrew area. But definitely from not being here, you have to, it seems like sometimes if you go into the corners a little bit too hard, you don't have that grip or rubber. You can kind of go and force feed it and get through the corner. If you carry too much speed, you just blow off the whole entire apex of the corner. So for me going out there, not knowing that, and that first left-hander, going downhill, I was kind of like struggling there for, the first few sessions, but I eventually gathered myself up. But besides that, I think the track's pretty awesome.
And then how do you think it's going to race? First time here, you don't know exactly what it's going to race like, but you've watched it. What can the fans expect?
So definitely on the last sector of the racetrack, the way how you drive that area kind of seems like you got to go and force it in there. It's not going to be easy to go and pass at the last half of the racetrack. But obviously you got corner one, it's an easy passing zone. You kind of throw it on the inside there, and that's a really good passing zone. Going back up the hill, obviously people going set up out wide. Very easy to drive underneath the bottom of somebody. Going down the hill, that fast left. But besides that, after that, it's going to be a little bit more difficult, I would say, to go and pass somebody, because you kind of veer into the corners, carrying a lot of speed, park the go-kart, rotate it, get back to the throttle. So.
Welcome back here to the United States Pro Kart Series event at Road America. The first of two groups underway for qualifying. Couple of big names here that missed the cut line in Friday practice final session of the day. Colin Warren was one of them. Talked to him this morning here, had a flat tire, got about 2 laps in, said he started to lose grip in the rear, couldn't figure out why, came in, found about 5 pounds of pressure left in the tire by the end of the session, so he ended up down in the slow group. Tyler McIntyre is your quickest at the moment. He was hovered inside the top 10 and the top 5 throughout a lot of Friday practice. There he goes there right behind us at the exit of turn number 3. Paulie Massimino currently second. Also was quick early on in the day, eventually faded down. There's Oscar Panozzo in the 343 Motaz Sport KR. And we'll pick up Gabriel Cower here in the PSO Karting Barellard as well, headed through the infield hairpins. This is the final lap for group number 1. So where does the benchmark get set for the second group? Out of the final turn. Here's Cower across the line, trailing from Colin Warren. Lap number 3. Warren goes to P2, make it P3. Massimino a little better. McIntyre yet to cross. There goes Tyler Lemp across the line. We'll wait a few more to see where everyone jumps. There's Oscar Panozzo across the stripe as well. And Justin White with a good final lap goes to the top of the boards at a 46.57. McIntyre still no time here. I think he may have had an issue on the final circuit because he will not get a third lap on in. So the 3:38 of Tyler McIntyre, unfortunately, out with 1 lap shy of qualifying, it appears. Everyone else is fully wrapped, and they're chasing this man right here, the number 1 plate holder, Ryan Norberg, 5-time National Pro Champ, defending U.S. Pro Kart Series champ, looking for his 2nd U.S. PKS title and his 6th major X30 Pro National Championship over 7 seasons. It would be an unprecedented record here, put him in a league of his own where he really finds himself already, and he's well on his way. 4 main events so far this season, 4 main event victories for the Orlando, Florida native. He's going to get set to lead them out, but he was not the fastest driver in final practice yesterday. That honor went to his teammate, Paul Bocuse, and the 14-year-old, along with Hayden Jones, will be set to lead the field out onto the racetrack. It was an RPG 1-2-3. Then Aiden Fox in 4th, and Dante Yu concluded the top 5 in final practice. But Justin White, a 46.573. McIntyre, his 2nd lap was still pretty good at a 46.578. Paulie Massimino ended 3rd. Colin Warren 4th. Gabriel Cower ended out the top 5. But the first lap getting started here. And, of course, the big question coming into this weekend, Caleb, with the domination that Rollison Performance Group has put on throughout 2022 at the end of 2021, will anyone be close enough? I think we saw a few chinks in the armor throughout yesterday, or at least we thought we did. We got to final practice. They were able to put a 10th.5 on the field.
Yeah, before we got to the final practice, you were saying it looks like Paulie Massimino might be the one in the Ryan Perry group in order to try to take it to the top runners. But looking back on the history books, RPG hasn't really been all that quick here when it comes to Road America, as dominant as you should say. But again, the past couple of years, they started to bring it back up. And then obviously in final practice, that man right there, Paul Bocuse, was able to take it to the top of the board. I think he might be the only one who'll be able to take it right now to Brian Norberg, who's obviously been the most dominant this afternoon. And who knows, we haven't seen Justin Anaconis on the National Series in a while. Maybe he can figure something out here shortly overnight.
Yeah, Justin Anaconis was a standout rookie back at GoPro Motorplex in Mooresville, North Carolina for round number 2 of the season. Talk about another standout rookie. There's Cameron Weinberg in the Speed Concepts Racing CRG. He's trailing what looks to be Santiago Fernandez in the Super Tune USA Tony Kart. A few more coming on through there. There's Jack Jeffers, another one of the SCR entries, along with Wes Duchak in the RPG Cosmic. And across the line, first lap's coming in. Hayden Jones, 46.55. He'll beat Norberg by 9,000ths of a second. Ryan Norberg to P2. Austin Garrison jumps to 5th at a 46.66. Diego Contecha, a 46.64. Within a tenth of the leader, ends up 5th, bumps Garrison back to P6.
Yeah, so we're going to watch now. That's one of the PSL Burrells. So right now it's Hayden Jones, another RPG, who finds himself up in P1 right now. Like you said before, Austin Garrison, a last-minute entry, currently sitting in the 6th position. I know you talked to him earlier. And he said this is his first time ever driving on the track, so he's still going to be under a learning curve more than most inside the top 5 will. So as the weekend goes on, I think we'll find him getting faster and faster as Hayden Jones is able to improve his time, but Ryan Norberg knocks him off the podium.
Norberg able to go quicker there. You can see Jones is catching up to the back end of Paul Bocuse. Might get a little bit of a toe off, and Bocuse struggling here in qualifying. He has yet to crack the top 10, it appears. Paul Bocuse all the way down in 16th right now, 2 laps in. Make that 17th as Cameron Weinberg is going to jump up a little bit. Jeremy Fletcher, first time into the top 5 as we pick up Marian Kremers. He's also looking for a little more speed. Marian Kremers right now outside the top 10, way down the order in 27th. So a lot of work to be done here for the KZ World Champ, but Norberg, a 46.36, half a tenth up on Hayden Jones and Diego Ramos. Across the line, checkered flag. Paul Bocuse puts a good lap together, goes to 2nd. Norberg improves again, 46.29 to the pole. Jones 3rd. Ramos is 4th, put him to 2nd. Diego Ramos aboard the PSL Karting Bureau Alert, a 46.36. Nobody even close, though, beyond Ramos when it comes to knocking off the RPG Cosmics. Diego Contecha, a tenth and a half back on the Orsolon Racing Kart Republic, is 5th. Austin Garrison 6th. Jeremy Fletcher is 7th. Justin White 8th. Tyler McIntyre and Jack Jeffers your top 10. 3 tenths to separate them all, but it's still a tenth and a half from Ryan Norberg back to P3 and P4 with Bocuse and Jones. Ramos, the big announcement this week, of course, switching from the Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic outfit. Got himself an opportunity with PSL Karting. From what we understand, this is still a bit of a tryout for Diego. He needs to put up some results, make a good impression on the team to be able to continue his North American season into the SCUSA Summer Nats, into the USPKS finale, and hopefully the Super Nats in Vegas. All that dependent on his performance here this weekend in Road America. I'd say that's a good way to start off your outfit here, putting it on the front row. So Norberg on pole, Ramos in 2nd, Bocuse and Jones on row number 2. Timmy Tech K100 Jr. will be up next after the break here. Stick with us. We'll be right back from Road America.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
And welcome back here as we're about to get underway with more qualifying. We're KA100 Junior, sponsored by Timmy Tech. I believe this one is also going to get broken up into two groups, as there's 45 currently registered. If I'm not mistaken, there is going to be an LCQ, a last chance qualifier. So not everyone who's going to go out for qualifying is going to start in the feature this afternoon. So this is going to be two groups. Typically the solar group's going to go out first, fast group going out second. Although I think for the bigger groups, they may actually split them into three, but don't quote me on that one. So we're about to watch group number one as they make their way through that chicane. That's probably going to cause all sorts of problems when it comes time to both the pre-final and the final, but in qualifying, since there's no pack racing, we're not going to have to worry about that. There's going to be more excitement coming in the latter half of the day. As we continue to watch this first group make their way around, lap number one is about to be in the books. Again, 3 laps is the distance for the qualifying run. Once that's done, they'll send out the faster groups. We'll see who is able to make it stick inside the top 10. As they're making their way to complete the first flying lap. This next time by, as we're going to get to see who the heavy hitters are going to be. Although there's a little bit of a shakeup. Some guys we usually see in the faster group find themselves in a slow group, including Joey Friend, who made his way across the line. Cash Perkins, Henry Wheeler, Stephen Miller, some other names in the likes of Indy Anderson. So Xander, it's going to be a close one here for both the KA Junior and probably Senior.
Yeah, it'll be a tight one here for sure in K100 Junior. Again, I'm sure a lot of those drivers in this qualifying group, the back half of Happy Hour, are able to take a breath of fresh air knowing that there will not be a last chance qualifier for the class. Just came under 44 entries with the pre-entry count, so all drivers will be transferring in to the main event here this weekend. As we watch the first few laps coming on through, Christopher Wakefield initially goes quickest. He'll get bested by Diego Mendez-Torres. Jace Petty jumping into third. Ryan Giannetta, Ryan Miller moving their first laps on through to 6th and 8th. Jake James, Gian Buffamonte still through, but Mendez-Torres in the 840 is your quickest driver right now. Diego Mendez-Torres currently aboard a Cosmic Kart. Christopher Wakefield behind him on the X30 out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida in the 811. Here's Wakefield working his way through. He looks to be, I believe, is that Bennett Colors headed over towards the final couple hairpins here. And indeed, Christopher Wakefield on the Team Bennett machine, out of the final corner here and onto the front straightaway. 1 lap to go. Wakefield will go pole, 50.340. Mendez-Torres still yet to put his second lap in. He does. Not any quicker. 10th and a half better for Christopher Wakefield in the 811.
Yeah. Ava Dobson currently sitting in third. She had a good run when it came time for the Route 66 Regional Series at Badger. Just a few weekends ago, she found herself in the good contender seat for the lead, but unfortunately got punted out of it, so now she finds herself third in this first group as we watch Brandon Domingue, currently goes to P2. Still Wakefield out in front. Ryan Miller is currently sitting in the 7th position with Jace Petty in P5. So there's a couple of heavy hitters still yet to come. We're going to have to see if this top 5 in this first group is able to be locked into the show for sure and not have to go to the LCQ this afternoon.
Yeah, here they come on through the hairpin section. Final lap underway. Checkered flag coming out right now. Wakefield does not improve on his final lap. Braden Domey was only a couple tenths off. He will not go quick enough just yet because Diego Mendez-Torres at a 50.166. He'll get beat by Ryan Giannetta. And Ryan Giannetta in the 895 gets beat by Gian Buffamonte. Lots of shuffling on the final lap. Buffamonte at a 50.090. Braden Domey able to go to second in the 855. Moves Giannetta back to third. Buffamonte holds at a 50 flat. Mendez-Torres, Wakefield the top 5. Jake James, Jace Petty, Ryan Miller, Ava Dobson, Camden remains your top 10 here out of the 15 so far in KA Junior, which appears to be divided into 3 groups of about 15 for the 45 driver field presented by Timmy Tech and getting set for green. So the second of the 3 groups here will be underway here shortly. Joey Friend, Mateo Naranjo, Luke Powers, Shea Aldrich, Cameron Reed, Henry Wheeler, Cash Perkins, Austin Old, some of the names still to come. And that'll, before we even get to the top of the order group, they'll have the likes of Oliver Piatek, Christian Cameron, Oscar Iliff, and more at the end of the session. So this second group being released on the racetrack here in this quick green, white checkered qualifying session from Road America. 3 laps at full speed, and you can see them getting released one by one to try and eliminate as much as they can of that draft effect or of running into traffic on your hot lap, which could be equally detrimental.
Yeah, some other names who I think I saw, if I wasn't mistaken, in the second group, some heavy hitters to look out for. Looked like a WPK Kart of Austin Olds, I believe, is in the second group, and he had a good standout event when it came time to the Route Series, and he's slowly making his way up to the front to the National Series along with USPKS. That is.
Talk about big names here in the second group. Cooper Shipman's a driver I'm a little bit surprised to find all the way down here, as is Max Taylor. So Taylor, I believe, will be the first one across the line. He was the first one outside the cut line. So Max Taylor, one of our top contenders, the RPG Cosmic driver, full tilt racing entry, making his way down to turns 1 and 2. He'll pop the curve over the chicane, head up the hill towards us at turn number 3, and drop on into the corner.
As they continue to make their way through, you can see the green flag. Everyone's up on the wheel with their heads down. The reason why they do it is they're trying to make the karts as aerodynamic as possible with that long front straightaway. This is kind of a good division. It's got the fast parts, but it also has some medium and fast speed corners with great passing opportunity and the latter parts of one lap before you get to that final corner. There's a good hairpins to throw some passing and also some passing back, so look for a lot of defending in the heat races and the features we continue to watch. Looks to be a Cosmic Kart. I'll get a number on that for you guys. Looks to be the 833 making the way across the line, if I'm not mistaken. So let's see who that is. Max Taylor goes to P1 of a 49.9. So let's see if that's able to hold. Some other big Millers. Here comes Stephen Miller up to the top of the board to a 49.5. Cooper Shipman follows the P2 along with Max Taylor. Reagan Seville and Austin Olds goes inside the top 5 to P4.
So nice laps again for Shipman, for Miller, for Cameron Reed as well. Luke Powers also able to best Taylor. Here's Olds headed up the hill right now. He's down in the 7th position through turn number 3. But Austin Olds in a good spot. One driver up the road that he could catch a little bit. Should not get into too much traffic. Then Cash Perkins there in the 863. And here's some more drivers a little bit closer tied together. Coming across the line this time, Max Taylor will put his second lap down and receive the white flag. So where does Taylor drop at the end of lap 2? Goes to 3rd at a 49.57. He'll climb the hill to 1 and 2 again. And then the rest of the field's going to improve as they cross. Stephen Miller, 49.31. Cooper Shipman, a 49.32. Charlie Steins, a 49.38 as Taylor heads out of turn number 3. We'll pick up some more drivers as Taylor drops on into turn number 4 now.
Yeah, Luke Powers goes up to the 3rd spot along with Charlie Steins. A Hoosier native finds himself inside the top 5 in P4. Max Taylor getting shuffled down all the way into the 6th spot. And the likes of Shea Aldrich and Oliver Weldon also just inside the top 10. Austin Olds looking on the outside of the top 10 in P11. As we continue to watch, there's some drivers making the way out of the hairpin, making the way through the latter halves of the field. This is the last lap, so it's kind of make or break for some of these guys who find themselves farther down in the order, who need to stay locked inside to be in a good position when it comes time for that 3rd group going out.
So there you see a checkered flag in the air. Final time by for everyone. Stephen Miller does not improve on lap number 3. Neither does Cooper Shipman nor Charlie Steins. Max Taylor improved. Not enough to really make a big dent. He's 5th at the moment. Improvement for Luke Powers. Oh, just comes up shy. 200ths underneath the gun from Stephen Miller. Cooper Shipman 8 thousandths off of Miller. It's 18 thousandths from 1st to 3rd. A half-tenth back to Charlie Steins. Another half-tenth finds Max Taylor. And then Shea Aldrich in the 6th spot in the 834. Cameron Reed is 7th at a 49.801. Oliver Weldon 8th. Mateo Naranjo 9th. Austin Olds followed him a little bit. He is down in the 10th spot, about half a second back, with still 15 more to come. The fast group getting set to be released here onto the racetrack. Oliver Piatek, what a great run in final practice yesterday. His first time top of the boards in happy hour. And the Atlanta, Georgia-based driver will lead your field onto the circuit here ahead of a number of other quick ones, including Christian Cameron aboard the number 891 OTK. Oscar Iliff, Davis Cunningham, they're headed off the 2nd row from final practice. There is Ernesto Rivera and Cameron Brinkman, Caleb Gaffera and Landon Skinner sent onto the racetrack, and it goes all the way down to the edge there with, I believe, one of the last ones that got in on the final group might have been Max Garcia and Parker DeLong. But here we go. 3 more laps to determine the Timmy Tech K100 Junior Pole Award. The benchmark, again, a 49.319 from Stephen Miller. You look back at some of the quick times of the first group. Mateo Naranjo, I believe, was one of those ones as well. And Gian Buffamonte, quickest in the first group, bumped to 14th already. Bested a few in that second group, but not a ton. He's only beat 16 so far, going down to Indy Anderson in 30th, with again 15 still to go. Here we go to begin lap number 1 onto the front straightaway. Piatek does have company pretty close behind him in the form of Christian Cameron, so they could work together here by the time they get to laps 2 and 3 if they both have similar pace. And Cameron, a little bit of a mistake there in turn number 2. He got way out of shape through that chicane there, Caleb.
Yeah, just got a little loose. The curbs are coming into effect here as the track is starting to grip up. Someone to get a little more, I guess you could say, experimental with them. And if you hit them the wrong way, it sends the back end out. A lot of time, guys using that concrete to help the car rotate. If I'm not mistaken, that is Elio Meza, who we were watching at the trail of that 3-pack. Keep an eye on him to see if he can't turn some faster laps. And we're talking about the last one to make the cutoff. I believe that was Keegan Kaminsky was the fast one, or the last one to make it into the top group. I saw him there for a split second, making way at the bottom of the screen. But here's the rest of the cavalry making their way across the line. Let's see if it's able to crack the top 5. Piatek goes P16th. And it appears so far no one's able to crack the top 10. Brickman goes to 11th. There's Gaffera into 9th. Arrest Rivera follows into 10th. Lando Skinner, the top 15, goes P15. Quentin McIntyre.
Oh, we got one off over at turn number 2. We'll see if we can pick them up, see who we've got. Is that Piatek? Oh, indeed. Oliver Piatek has knocked the chain off the go-kart. Your quickest driver in happy hour here was looking for a really good run in qualifying. Instead, he's going to have to start at the tail end of the field, and it's unfortunate as the Tony Kart driver walks off. Only, I don't even know if he got a full lap in there. His first lap, 25th right now, Caleb. And we've still got more that behind him here in this final group that could bump him further down the order. So it'll be a long road up through the field here for Oliver Piatek today.
Yeah, I think he's going to be locked into the feature. Maybe a possibility of him getting bumped all the way down to the LCQ, but I'm not 100% for sure on that one. As we continue to watch, here's Elio Meza goes inside the top 10. He goes to P8, and it's still Steven Miller on point right now. Max Garcia is going to follow Meza and goes into P9. So there's the two highest movers right now from the second group. Cameron Brinkman sitting outside the top 10, the 11th position. So we're coming up on the final lap. I think this is where we're going to see the big movers inside the top 10 trying to get pole position. As keep an eye on Elio Meza, who's the fastest in that group. You can see him at the top of the screen there. Trying to see if he can make his way on the pole position.
Yeah, Meza taking him through the hairpins here. Max Garcia's in a good spot. He's trailing this group of 3. Might get a touch of draft coming on the front stretch. Nope, not close enough. Let's see Meza. Did he have to go through traffic that time when he comes across? Cameron Brinkman, a 49.243 to the top of the boards. Gets bested by Landon Skinner in the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy OTK. The Red Speed driver to the point. Max Garcia to second. Meza's final lap. Trapped in traffic, I think, a little bit and punching his own hole. Only 10th. He's only a 10th and 3/4 off the pole time. It is 0.2 of a second for the top 11 drivers. But Landon Skinner, a first career pole award in KA100 Junior competition at the U.S. Pro Kart Series. What a performance for the Texan. He best. Max Garcia's already got one win in the division going back to Orlando, and a lot of good pace and good points for the 859. He ends second. Cameron Brinkman third. Rivera fourth. Diego Guillo fifth. Stephen Miller, Cooper Shipman, Caleb Gaffera, Luke Powers, and Elio Meza the top 10 against some big names down the order on the field. Max Taylor, his good lap from group number 2 holds him into 12th. You go further down, you'll find Oscar Iliff, Parker DeLong, 19th and 18th. Oliver Weldon, his junior debut, 20th. Not bad, but he's right in the middle of the hornet's nest. And then again, Oliver Piatek with the chain thrown will get scored down in 30th, pending any bumper penalties or post-qualifying implications. But K100 Junior is wrapped and set. Micro Swift next up on the board here, presented by Team Ferris Racing. And then our K100 Senior class will be divided, I believe, into 4 groups for qualifying, if not 3. So we still have about 5 or 6 more sessions before we'll go racing. 2 more classes still to be set as the Oliver Piatek hopping on to the Kart recovery vehicle. He's got to get off the racetrack. We've got to do some more cleanup. We'll come back with more here live from Road America. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the United States Pro Kart Series 3rd round of the 2022 season. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. See our products online. Go to odenthalracing.com.
And welcome back here as we're underway with our Micro Swift, sponsored by Team Ferris Racing. This is going to get broken up into 2 groups, since there is currently 34 registered to take the green here this afternoon. As we're watching this first group split up into 2. Remember, the slower group goes out first. Second group is typically the faster group, goes out in the second group. And don't let that fool you. There's usually some 1 or 2 outliers that find themselves well inside the top 10 from this first group when it comes to the overall qualifying run. Lap number 1 is about to be in the books here as they're making their way across the stripe. So let's see how this one's going to lay out with some names up in the likes of P number 1 currently is going to be set and going to, actually I take that back, they're still going to have one more time to go around. That or my timing system has to update before we get going here. But some other names I'd look out for: Lincoln Davis, who finds himself from a Wisconsin native on a Nitro Kart, is inside this first group, along with Rafael Canis from Doral, Florida. So Florida native finds himself trying to qualify. Alex Chandler, currently your pole sitter, running in a Tony car all the way from Houston, Texas. He is out in front with Sawyer Chambers. Another big runner that we've seen in the TSRS season who has been covered by the Car Chaser group, also from Texas. He is running in P number 2 from the Nitro Kart. Emerson Lane finds himself inside the top 10 of P number 4. Jackson Porter is someone who look out for to be inside the top 10 once the groups are combined together. Finds himself in P number 5. Lincoln Davis currently sitting inside the top 10 in the 6th position. Jackson Gibson comes across the line to go purple. He is now your provisional pole sitter all the way from Oregon in the Cosmic Kart. Out in front with Jackson Gibson still in P2. Some other big movers. Isaac Nolan finds himself inside the top 10 in P number 8. Luke Giglio now goes to P7, so he is inside the top 10. See some other movers as Chandler now gets bumped all the way back to 6. He's about to come across the line here shortly to complete lap number 2. Sawyer Chambers improves his time, moves up 1 spot to P7. Lincoln Davis sits now 10, so he is just on the bubble being inside the top 10. West Witt rounds out the group for the first of 16. Inside that group number 1, he is in the 16th position. Emerson Lane again is sitting at P number 2. He improves his time a little bit on that second lap. Solidified his spot in P2 is Jackson Gibson. I take that back. He now goes to P1. Antino Pazzarelli Neto is currently in P number Neto is in P2. Emerson Lane is going to bump him out of it. He now goes to the 2nd spot. So Gibson is your provisional pole sitter. He's working his final lap. See if anyone else is able to take it to him. Jackson Porter not able to improve his time. Stays in the 5th spot. Isaac Nolan is going to bump Antino out of it. He goes to P3 now. One more across the line. That is Slayton Baldick to P5. So he cracks inside the top 5. Sawyer Chambers moves up as well to 6, but not able to improve higher than that. Lincoln Davis now goes to P5. Again, all these kiddos trying to lock it as high as they can up the field to see if their time can stick when it's time for group number 2. See if there's any big movers as the checkered flag is now out for the group number 1 out of their 3 laps. Here comes another one across the line. That's going to be, I believe that was Lincoln Davis rounding out his 3rd lap. He is going to solidify P number 5. R.J. Brown just comes across in 12. So no other big names inside that first group, but we wait to see how the second one pans out. As you can see, there's a good shot of the field there. Let's see if we can't find some big names. Look out for Royce Vega, Ashton Woon, Parker Ives, Ashton Wyatt, Colton Scheisenberg, Bowling Green, Benja Fernandez, another to look out for. AJ Stoner, all the way from Indiana, finds himself in that second group. Pasha Ali, Kai Mars, Cameron Marsha, Jacob Mojetski, all names who are still yet to come here inside the first group. As there's your fastest, car number 95 in happy hour. Rocco Simone has had a great season so far in the mini class. Let's see if he's able to take another pole position, a possible win. Always look for him inside the top 3 when it comes to national race. You can see the engines are fired as they're now sending them out. As Xander said before in that first group, they send them out one at a time, trying to get just a little bit of division, but somehow they end up finding themselves back together, whether it's planned or just the way that the cookie crumbles of a qualifying run. So let's see if anyone inside the top 5 of that first group is going to be able to maintain their spots inside the top 10 overall, as they're still sending out that rest of the group. And that's going all the way back to the last 2 of both Caleb Tarter and, that was Royce Vega and Ashton Wood were the last 2 to make the cut inside group number 2. We continue to watch. There is the fastest from happy hour, Rocco Simone, in the parallel cart, 95, making his way around to complete his flying lap. When he comes across the line, the ticker will start for the qualifying run. Again, 3 laps is the distance to try to throw a fast lap together as he makes his way through the last part of the S's, coming onto this main track on the exit of the oval, coming across the stripe. If I'm not mistaken, that is Royce Vega, who is we are now watching running on the Bennett cart. He finds himself also from Texas, that Texas Texas group, I should say, as they are working their way through to, what I'm saying from Royce Vega is he was in the TSRS group, as he is now representing Texas here in Wisconsin. So let's see if he can't make his way up the field any higher than that. Ashton Woon is who you're watching now. He is also from Arizona. So let's see if he is able to improve. He is running on a Bennett cart, making his way around. Lap number 1, about to be in the books here shortly. Rocco Simone is going to be leading the way. So let's see if he is able to move his way up the field. Again, lap number 1 typically going to be a wash once they come across the line, since the tires are coming up to temp, and they are trying to just settle into their spots and see if they can't get the tires just a little bit higher up, as Rocco Simone goes purple after lap 1 to a 52.66. So he is currently sitting up in front. Caleb Tarter moves his way up to P number 4. Jacob Mojetski goes to P3. Cameron Marsha to P4. So already some big movers in the first group. There's Rocco Simone, your provisional pole sitter. He is the highest in group number 2. Let's see if it's going to be able to maintain through the rest of the field with 2 more laps is all he's going to have to do. He's probably going to prove his time here on lap number 2. Typically, lap number 1 is not the fastest one. Troy Ferguson goes to P3. He moves up the order. Ashton Woon, now your provisional pole sitter, all the way from Arizona, running on the Nitro cart, finds himself up in that pole spot. Currently, only one who's been faster to outrun Rocco Simone. Let's see if he can't maintain that pole position. White flag is out. Simone comes across the line. He improves, goes to 52.191. Ashton Woon, who's running at P2, is about half a lap behind of Rocco Simone. Cameron Marsha moves up to P2. Nicholas Orbezo goes to P3. Here comes Marco Samet to the second position. He bumps both Ferguson and Marsha down the order. Nicholas Orbezo goes inside the top 5. Ashton Woon is about to come across to complete lap number 2. Let's see if Ashton is able to put it on pole this time by. Ashton Wyatt running right behind in the 7th position, was not able to improve too high. Ashton Woon now goes to the 2nd spot, so he was not able to improve on Rocco Simone's time. off by about 2/100ths from Rocco Simone, but look for Ashton Woon to possibly try to clinch his first national pole position here in this final lap. Checkered flag is out. Simone improves his time yet again. Goes to a 52.1 to complete lap number 3. Here comes the rest of the field, the likes of Marco Samet, Troy Ferguson. Cameron Marcia improves up the board. He goes to P3. Marco Samet takes it right back. He is on that podium spot. Troy Ferguson goes inside the top 5. Jacob Mojetski comes across the board in P7, locked in unless anyone else is able to improve. Inside the top 10, here comes A.J. Stoner to 7th. Ashton Wyatt improves out to 7th. Stoner falls back to 8th. So we're still waiting for Nicholas Orbezo and Ashton Woon to come across the line. Woon just came across, not able to improve. He stays into P2. So we're still waiting on Orbezo to come across. There's still a handful to complete their final lap, and it looks like we have someone starting to pull off. And I believe Nicholas Orbezo was one of them to pull off. So right now, it is Rocco Simone on pole position for your Micro Swift, sponsored by Team Ferris Racing. Ashton Woon P2, Marco Samet in P3, Cameron Marsh registered in 4th, Troy Ferguson in rounding out your top 5. As we are now about to go, KA100 Senior Qualifying. In total is 55 karts are about to try to punch their ticket into the feature this afternoon. Again, they will have a last chance qualifier because they're only going to take 40. Sorry about that. We are now back after some technical difficulties with our KA100 Senior, sponsored by Mike Doty Racing. So let's see how this first group is able to make their way around. Again, this is going to be broken up probably into 3 groups, seeing as that there are 55 drivers trying to punch their ticket into the feature this afternoon. 11 are not going to make the show. We're only going to take 44. So this first group, they're going to have to make sure that they're well inside the top 20 if they don't want to have any chance of going to the last chance qualifier. As we have one turned around at the top of the hill. Can't get a cart number, but it appears to be a CRG. Could not get a cart number on that for you guys, as we are now watching the rest of the field making their way down. Lap number 1 about to be registered for group number 1. So let's see what times they're able to turn this time, and if anyone's going to be able to maintain into this group number 2, followed by 3. See if they can't lock themselves inside the top 10. As now we're watching, looks to be a red speed Tony Kart making the way now across the stripe. That was the 930 or 965. Tyler Stevens is the first one on the board. He goes to provisional pole. Alex DeConcho is now sitting in the 2nd spot. The rest of the field making their way through. How do they settle in? DeConcho falling down the order. He is now in 5th. Kayla Anderson inside the top 5, P4. Grace Hermade is P number 3 with Caleb Patry in P number 2. Here comes PJ Lida. Moves himself up into the 3rd spot overall. Tyler Stevens gets bumped down to P2 as Johan Hernan is going to go to P1. Again, PJ Lida currently sitting P3. Tyler Stevens in P2. Caleb Patry, P4. Grace Hermana in P number 5. Kayla Anderson, 6. Alex DeConcho, 7th. Tyler Bunny sitting in P number 8. Our KC very own Kendall Hedge is inside the top 10 in P number 9. Kyle Rahman sitting in P10. Gabe Lee, 11th. Robert Mayer in P12. Make that 13th as Kayla Anderson moves up the board to go to P8. So let's see how the top 5 settle in here as we continue to watch everyone making their way through. A couple of appears to be a Cosmic, followed by a Bennett Kart making. Let's follow the times. We still have a handful still yet to come across. Complete lap number 3. I think there's one more who actually decided to not complete the final run. Tyler Stevens only registered with 1 lap, finds himself in P3. The rest of the field has their times locked. So let's see if inside the top 5 of Johan Renana in P1 with PJ Light at P2, Tyler Stevens P3, Brooke Notchman in P number 4, and Caleb Petrie rounding out your top 5 for group number 1. Let's see if they're going to be able to maintain that time or if they're going to fall down through the order, as group number 2 is now making their way out for their qualifying run here for K100 Senior, sponsored by Mike Doty Racing. I believe in group number 2 we have the likes of Lyda Smalls, Brooke Berry, Mason Surgener, Drew James, Alex Stanfield I think is going to be farther down the order. Cameron Steller, another in the likes to come out in the second group. So we have 13 already make their run, 13 more yet to come. That'll take us to 26 overall, so look for 4 groups of qualifying. There's a live look at the 909. Appears to be a Gary Carlson card, a GFC. Making the way through. There's another Kart Republic. That is going to be the 909. See if I can't get a name on you guys. There's a lot of big names here who I have not seen before, so I'm going through just a little bit of a learning curve along with you viewers back at home. That was Jeremy. Drew James, Adrian Cruz, Cone Summers, Vinny Muskelis are up in this group along with Emery Lyda. Some other names who are still yet to come here. Sorry, there's Jeremy Farrick in the 909 is who we are watching now as they make their way across the stripe. Let's see what time he's able to do. So already some big movers well inside the top 10. Kingston Himes goes to P2 overall. Keegan Bosch follows. He goes to P3. Cameron Steller makes his way up the board to P5. Adam Kreppen goes to P9, so he is inside the top 10. Alex Stanfield also up in this group. He is not able to go as high as he wants to, as he is outside the top 10. Mason Surgener now cracks the top 10 in the 10th position. So Kingston Himes finds himself second overall, the fastest in this first group. Let's see if he's able to make his way up farther up the board along with Keegan Bosch. Keegan Bosch is running under the race factory, a Wisconsin native himself, so he would love to try to put it up as high as he can on the board in his home state. Running here in Wisconsin, Cameron Steller able to improve, goes to P2. Kingston Himes is able to improve, but not able to go faster than Joanne Horan. Joanne Horan, who is P1 overall still. Alex Stanfield goes to P11, so he is not able to crack the top 10 this time. Cameron Steller still P2. Adam Kreppen able to improve his time, goes to P6, so he's able to move up one spot. See some other names inside this group. Jeremy Farrick finds himself in P17 overall with Lyda Smalls in 20th. Brooke Berry 21st. See if anyone else is able to crack the top 10 on this final flyer. There's a look at PJ Lyda leading that field of 3 as they make their way across the stripe. See for any big movers this time by. Cameron Steller not able to improve. Himes can't improve. Kreppen also does not improve. Everyone hit a plateau. PJ Lyda was the only one to improve his time, but he was not able to improve his position. He still finds himself in the 5th spot. Brooke Notchman moves up to the 8th spot, so they were able to improve. Caleb Petrie is able to crack the top 10 and goes to P11. Alex Stanfield not able to crack the top 10. TJ Cohen cracks the top 10. He goes to 7th. Another Wisconsin native running on the Esprit chassis. So he is now well inside the top 10 in the 7th position. But no one was able to take it to Johan Hernana in P1 so far. There's a look at Adam Maxwell, who's still yet to go in group number 3. So there's still roughly, we have now 27 carts completed. Still more than half are still yet to come here this afternoon for group number 3, followed by 4. And the likes of John Burke, Gavin Bailiff, Chase Han, Austin Jers, Nicholas Terlecki, Aiden Levy, Tyler Wettengell, Race Liberante, Connor Ferris, Jeremy Fletcher, Alex Stanfield. Aiden Rudolph and Brandon Lemke are still some heavy hitters that are still yet to come. Look at that backdrop here in Road America. We are just outside of the 4.5-mile big track that they're running some SCCAs on. I believe Miatas are currently out right now. As we're watching in Speedville, I believe we're going to send it to commercial break. When we come back, we still have group number 3 still yet to come here for your KA100 senior field.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USBKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
And welcome back here to beautiful Road America in Wisconsin. You're watching group number 3 for KA100 Senior Qualifying, sponsored by Mike Doty Racing. As we still are now into group number 3, followed by 4. So now the heavy hitters are starting to come into effect, but a little bit of a shakeup in the first half of the field, the slower half that some people might like to call it, but they are not slow by any means. They are well inside the position to stay inside the top 10 in the likes of Harana, along with Himes, Stellar, Bosch, Lida, currently your top 5. Let's see if they're able to keep their positions with group number 3 now out on track. They're about to complete lap number 1. We're about to see just how much they're going to be able to make their way up the field as we are continuing to watch this third group out of 4. So we currently have 27 who have done their qualifying runs out of 55. Again, 44 go to the feature. 11 will not run this afternoon. There will be a last chance qualifier for both the K100 senior and junior field. Lap number 1 about to be in the books. Let's see how they're going to stack up. Across the stripe goes Gavin Bailiff, goes to P12. Cunningham follows. He is now finding himself at 13th. All sorts of big movers. Adam Maxwell. This weekend he finds himself running on a Tony Kart coming from the Indiana group. Finds himself P5 overall, just ahead of Bailiff. Luke Welcome goes inside the top 10. He goes to P3. Colin Haynes to P4. You're watching now, that is Gavin Bailiff on the Trinity Kart Republic from the Ohio group. Right behind him, I believe that is going to be Keegan Bosch, also on a Trinity Kart, who is just behind him. Taking a little bit of a toe advantage, or as much as he can get, as they make their way now across the stripe to complete lap number 2. So this time by, look for the white flag. That is Gavin Bailiff in P8. Let's see how high he can make his way up the field now. Logan Miller moves up to P4. Gavin Bailiff improves to 7th. Still Luke Welcome, the fastest out of group number 3. He's currently sitting at 3rd overall. Maxwell now improves to 7th. Finnegan Bailiff goes to 4th. So he was able to improve his time. Luke Welcome now goes to 4th. Colin Haynes is now your new provisional pole sitter. He goes to P1 at a 49.023. So we are now approaching the 48-second lap times. Adrian Cruz also follows. He goes to P2. Bailiff is going to get bumped down to 5th. Welcome to 6th. Muskelis moves up the board inside the top 10 to P7. Logan Miller goes to P8. Stellar now sitting inside the top 10 of the 9th spot. He's about to go to the top 10 bubble. Maxwell currently sitting 10th. John Burke able to improve. He goes to P number 11. Also finds himself on a Tony Kart from the Indiana group, finding himself from, sorry, it's not the Indiana group. He's part of the Texas group, running on a Tony Kart as well as Adam Maxwell gets bumped down the board. John Burke goes up to P10. Checkered flag is now out. How do they come across the line? Haynes does not improve his time, but he still maintains a pole position. Bailiff goes to P2 overall. He improved on that last lap. He went to a 49.068, so about 3/100ths off of your pole sitter of Colin Haynes. Adrian Cruz goes to P3. Finnegan Bailiff in P6. Luke Welcome to P7. Muskelis 8th. Logan Miller 9th. John Burke is now in your top 10. Final group have just given the command, have the engines fire. There is your fastest in happy hour on the left-hand side of your screen. That is Brandon Lemke, and alongside him is the rookie of Aiden Rudolph, the son of Alan Rudolph, also part of the Texas group in the Burrell Art. Right behind him in that second row is Alex Stanfield, followed by Jeremy Fletcher, another rookie. Then Connor Ferris, Race Liberante, Aiden Levy, Tyler Wettengell, Gia Cicero, Nicholas Terlecki, Austin Jers, Chase Hand, and Zach Collins, followed by Xander Rogers, is the group to go out for your final group of qualifying here for your K100 seniors. So let's see how this one stacks up. Top two are now out on track. Again, Lemke was your fastest in final practice, along with Aiden Rudolph and Stanfield, Fletcher and company. There was Liberante, followed by Levy, making the way out on your screen as making the way through the chicane. There is Brandon Lemke now, coming his way down the hill, heading his way into the S's for the first time for his qualifying run. Again, lap number 1 is going to be a little bit of a wash, because that is a warm-up lap. As we're watching Brandon Lemke come into this final set of chicanes, or S's, whatever you like to call it, making his way into the oval. Through the final corner, across the stripe. The time has now begun for group number 3 qualifying. Let's see how they're going to pan out. Lemke makes his way across the line. Now he's making his way up the chicane. Again, a Wisconsin native. Just behind him, Aiden Rudolph, all the way from Texas. Trying to see if he can't take it and get his first pole position on the national level here for USPKS. He had a good run in Orlando. Not the best of runs when it came to GoPro. I don't think he made the show on Sunday, but he was a mid-packer on Saturday. But he has slowly learned and matured throughout the year, as most rookies do, as he improves over the season. So it is coming about time for him to try to take it to the first pole position. See what time Lemke can do, though, as he makes his way into the final set of chicanes. Again, top 44 go to the show. 11 are not going to make it. Lemke makes his way across the line. How does he come across? Rudolph goes to P12. Lemke goes to P3. Jeremy Fletcher goes purple. He is now your fastest qualifier. He is on provisional pole. There is Jeremy Fletcher making his way across the board. So Lemke is the second highest qualifier, sitting in P3 out of this group. Fletcher is currently the fastest in P1. Austin Jers makes his way up the board. He goes to P4. Aiden Levy goes inside the top 15 to P12. Terlecki 13th. Rudolph P16. Zach Collins P17. Chase Hand to 20th. Connor Ferris 21st. Keegan Bosch 22nd. Gia Cicero 26th. Liberante 28th. So there's still some big improvements still got to come here from your drivers. Fletcher able to improve his time. Maintains pole. Lemke also improves, but not enough to get it done, as Aiden Rudolph now goes to 23rd. Aiden Rudolph now goes to third. Connor Ferris sitting in 4th. Austin Jers takes the 3rd position away from Rudolph. He is now your 3rd placement sitter. Nicholas Terlecki, a big mover. He goes to P5. Connor Ferris to 6th. Stanfield makes his way up to 7th inside the top 10. Chase Hand goes to 9th. Gavin Bailiff is now sitting on the bubble in P10. So we're looking now at your current second placement of Brandon Lemke, representing Merlin Kart all the way from Wisconsin in his home state. He makes his way across the line. Does he improve? He does. He goes purple to pole position. Rudolph improves his time but maintains fourth. Fletcher not able to improve. He is currently sitting second. Austin Jers about to make his way across the line. Let's see how he comes across. Jers is going to stay locked into P3. Gia Cicero moves up inside the top 10 to 10th. Chase Hand improves to 11th. Wettengale improves to 12th. And I believe that is going to do it for qualifying here for group number 4. So that is your KA100 Senior, sponsored by Mike Doty Racing. Qualifying come to a completion. So does Brandon Lemke, going to be on pole position with Jeremy Fletcher second, Austin Jers third, Aiden Rudolph fourth, Nicholas Terlecki P5, Connor Ferris in sixth, Alex Stanfield seventh, Aiden Levy in eighth, Colin Haynes ninth, and Gia Cicero rounds out the top 10. We're going to send it to another commercial break. When we come back, we got your pre-finals still yet to come here from Road America.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
And welcome back here. About to get underway with the first round of pre-final with your X30 Pro Junior, sponsored by Rollison Performance Group. Cameron Brickman and Christian Miles are going to make up your front row. Following by is going to be Caleb Gaffera in P number 3, and row number 2 next to Teddy Musella. Row number 3 goes to Max Garcia and Ernesto Rivera. Row 4, Aiden Ingrata with Max Taylor. Row 5, Jorge Ortiz and Cooper Baisley. Row 6, Stephen Miller and Anthony Martella. Row 7 goes to Luke Powers and Leonardo Scorpioni, followed by Enzo Vamontien and Jacob Kular, making up the 7th row. There's going to be in total 23 about to take the green here for your pre-final. Xander Clements, how do you think this one's going to lay out?
Well, I mean, the thing that we've learned so far from qualifying is that there's a lot of different drivers that could put together a good single lap here. Obviously, kudos especially to Cameron Brinkman to put a pole position lap together on home turf, or at least as close as he can get to it here, as the Wisconsin and Midwestern-based driver has his Lando Norris card on the inside. Big kudos here to Brandon Jarsikrak and Mike Doty Racing, as they've got teammates on the front row, the best starting spot they have seen, and it looks like we've got a bit of a miscue here. I think Brinkman thought that they were going to be taken through the hairpins, but they are all headed through on the straightaway, so he'll have to hustle to get back into position, trying to run through the inside lane to get through everybody, see if he can get into line. He will. All right, they'll quickly get sorted. So Cameron Brinkman, Christian Miles, front row on the gas, looking for the green flag. We'll get it. We're racing up the hill to turn number 1. Here we go down to the first corner. Does anyone have to take the access road to go wide through 1 and 2? Looks like they'll all stay on the racetrack for now. One driver in the RPG group a little bit wide back there, and look at that. Very quickly, Caleb Gaffera decisively works his way up to the lead here at the exit of turn number 3.
Yeah, Max Garcia, also a big mover. He finds himself in the 4th position right now behind the 2 Lando Norris karts of both Christian Miles and Cameron Brinkman as they make their way down the hill. That's actually not Brinkman. I believe that is Musella as they now make their way into the S's. Let's see if they're going to stay bunched up, if there's going to be a couple packs start to pull away.
Yeah, a couple of switchback hairpins here to close off the lap. Caleb Gaffera, Cameron Brinkman, Christian Miles, 1, 2, 3. Max Garcia is 4th. Musella 5th. Aiden Ingrata is 6th. They're single file for the lead across the line here. 16 laps the distance for the pre-final as they come down the start-finish line straight away. We'll pick them back up as they come up the top of the hill here. Gaffera, a 4-car length lead. Little bit wide through turn number 1, though. He'll give up a lot of time. Drops a tire. Here comes Brinkman back to the lead into turn number 3. Gaffera will cross him up, and he'll go back to it as they go for 4. But a quick battle there after a mistake from Gaffera getting in a little bit too hot to the first corner.
Yeah, Christian Miles just sat back and watched that battle happen out front. Decided to kind of stay out of it, as now we're watching as Max Garcia is holding off Teddy Musella and company as they're all gaggled out. Here's a pass on the inside. Musella able to get around Max Garcia. He moves himself up into 4th. Garcia tried for a pass back, gets his nose in, but not enough to get it done. Top 3 still say Gaffera, Brinkman, and Miles.
Now he'll have to worry as Aiden Ingrata is going to get aggressive with him back there for the 5th position. He was able to slip on by just out of frame. Garcia on a quick way backwards here. He's got more drivers up the hill fighting him. Back outside the top 5 as through the chicane we go here. Caleb Gaffera, your leader up the hill to turn 4. Here comes Musella looking for 3rd. Christian Miles, he'll lose the spot there at the top of the hill. And Teddy Musella on the move early as the RPG Cosmics now move into 1st and to 3rd. And a good move there for Aiden Ingrata again on Garcia. Got him into the top 5. He aboard the red speed chassis trying to work his way towards this group of 4. There you see him come into frame. Garcia's at least been able to fend off Max Taylor. Got back around him for the 6th position and fight his backward slide as the MPG Motorsports Will Power Car driver has dropped into the 6th position at the end of lap number 3. 13 laps to go here in the pre-final.
Yeah, and Caleb Gaffera already opening up a huge lead. He's almost sitting at a 2nd right now over Cameron Brinkman in P2. And it looks like Brinkman now is about to be under attack here shortly. Teddy Musella is having a good run so far as he now tries on the inside. Let's see if he can make it work at the chicane, or sorry, into the hairpin. He does, and it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, that might have been Miles. Thought about also trying to take a capitalization off of that, but he wasn't able to do it. So they continue to battle it out for the 2nd spot. All in the while, Caleb Gaffera continues to open up a huge lead as it bunches up that 2nd pack.
Yeah, here comes Christian Miles. Now he'll look for 3rd on Brinkman. Gets through, gets a little bit too hot, nearly runs his teammate wide. And Aiden Ingrata checking up for it. It's going to lose the 5th position as Max Garcia gets through. So now the battle opens up further back. Ingrata trying to defend a little bit. Pass behind him. That's going to be for 7th. Ernesto Rivera gets by on his teammate in Max Taylor. So some shuffling for the RPG Cosmics as up the hill. Cameron Brinkman gives a big push to to Christian Miles. You can see Caleb Gaffera long gone already. 1.5 seconds up the road from his teammate at Teddy Musella. He was 3/10 better than the rest of the field last time by.
Yeah, the rest of the field continues to bunch it up for the 2nd spot. It looks like Musella starting to pull away ever so slightly from Miles in the 3rd position. As Miles holding off not only his teammate of Cameron Brinkman, but the rest of the company of Max Garcia, Aiden Ingrata, who has moved up 1 position, Ernesto Rivera falling back 1. Stephen Miller up 3 as now we're watching. It looks like Garcia's under attack, loses 1 spot, now counted 2 as he has fallen behind both Ingrata and Rivera. And now he goes to the back bumper, tries on the inside. Here comes the pass back. Can he complete? All right, sorry for that quick little glitch in the system as we continue to watch. Caleb Gaffera put on a dominant performance right now. Teddy Musella in 2nd, starting to try to open up a lead over the 2 teammates, both Christian Miles and Cameron Brinkman, as we continue to watch Max Garcia holding off the rest of the field as he has actually fallen down 2 spots, both behind Ingrata and Ernesto Rivera. And it looks like Stephen Miller now is going to try it on the inside.
Got a little bit tight there with a number of different drivers there. Jacob Kolar going to be the biggest loser. He drops to the end of that group. That is a battle right now outside the top 10, back for about 12 to 15. Oh, big contact there at the end of the pack. That might have been Cooper Beasley getting into the air, or Anthony Martella as they head up to turn number 3. Here comes your next group. Teddy Musella leading Christian Miles and Cameron Brinkman, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th with a little bit of a gap. back to Max Garcia, who has dropped behind Ernesto Rivera, it looks like, for the 5th position. Garcia trailing even Stephen Miller in the Chad Dawkin Racing entry. He's had a good run forward, trying to get up another position, as we'll put another lap in the books this time. 7 complete, 9 laps to go.
Let's make their way across the line. Both Miles and Brinkman battling it out for the 3rd and 4th position. His last lap, Cameron Brinkman just went purple, trailing his teammate of Miles to make their way up into that chicane of turns 1 and 2. They continue to go nose to tail. They are starting to pull away ever so slightly from Ernesto Rivera, followed by Stephen Miller, who's up 5 positions, currently in P6. Garcia and Beasley, who is now running a P8, as we got a good 3-pack there for 2nd. I believe that was Musella now.
Miles able to get by Teddy Musella back at turn number 3. He moves up into 2nd. Musella's hanging on to 3rd, but he'll lose that spot now as Brinkman goes on by. So a good charge early on for Teddy Musella has him back to 4th on the order. More pressure is coming. Ernesto Rivera, his group coming into view as the cross flags will come out this time by. Halfway in, halfway home for the pre-final. Caleb Gaffera, a 48.53. Christian Miles with a pass, a 48.6. So they've evened out to Gaffera now after Gaffera put down some really quick times early on to get away. Cameron Brinkman pushing his teammate, might be able to start to make a dent and pull away a little from Musella. As there you see up the road is your leader, Caleb Gaffera, a healthy margin as they head through turns 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, Musella trailing the 2 teammates, but ever so slightly his team, or another Cosmic car, I should say, of Ernesto Rivera, starting to come into view in that 5th position. So look for those 2 possibly to maintain their spots with the 2 Lando Norris karts out in front. And I think Ernesto Rivera might be bringing Stephen Miller ever so slightly with him. And behind him is Max Garcia, who is working the toe for all it's worth. As this time by, we're 1 lap over halfway. It is now 7 laps to go at the line.
Yeah, here they go. 7 laps to go. 9 laps complete. Pass for 2nd. Cameron Brinkman going to go by Christian Miles. Tired of waiting behind him, so he'll take over the 2nd position. Sees if he can lead it, and Musella is going to stuff Miles as well. He'll go through to 3rd with a gap back to the RPG Cosmic of Rivera. Miles trying to fight back. Can't fully get through turn 4. That'll put him backed up to the front bumper of Ernesto Rivera. You mentioned Stephen Miller on the way. He's going to benefit from this right here. As there goes Rivera through for 4th, and just like that, Christian Miles drops the edge of the top 5, trying to fight back in the next hairpin. And a little bit of elbow grease as he goes on by. They'll fight now for 5th. Miller, Rivera, there goes Garcia taking advantage. He overshoots it. Miller back on him, nearly gets back up to the bumper of Ernesto Rivera down the front straightaway.
Yeah, they're still slicing and dicing the battle in the mid-pack as they make their way up the chicane, as here comes Miles, losing not just 1, but 2. Gets a little bit of a bobble. Garcia tried to roll the outside line. Now Garcia's going to get a little help from behind. Garcia now sends it down. I think Miles may have dipped a couple of wheels because he lost about 4 or 5 positions there in a span of 3 corners.
Yeah, he was trying to fight hard to lose the spot. I'm sure he's probably regretting right now just following Teddy Musella, but all that shuffling, unfortunately, going all the way back from 1 lap ago, trying to make the pass back on him at turn number 4, triggered a train reaction of more passes. Garcia going by on Miller, loses the spot, looks back to the bumper, doesn't go. Aiden Ingrata still trailing, and then you've got Miles right there.
So here comes the rest of the field out of the final corner, coming across the stripe this time. 1 more lap in the books. So that's continue to watch the battle between Stephen Miller, Ernesto Rivera, Max Taylor, Max Garcia, and Cooper Beasley, and Christian Miles, who's now fallen down 7 positions, be running a 9th.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Ingrata there. He dropped a couple of spots back a few laps ago, and my mistake, I mixed him up for his new Speed Concepts teammate in Cooper Beasley, who's having a solid run, up 2 spots so far into the 8th position, trailing Garcia. I think Miles may have worked his way back around Beasley, and he has, so he's back down to 9th. Miles back up to P8. You're watching the fight currently for 6th and 7th with Stephen Miller, along with Ernesto Rivera, it appears, and then Max Garcia and Max Taylor. So all that from 5th back to the 8th position on the racetrack. Meanwhile, the top 4 have continued to pull away, and they've gone a little bit quicker than the leader. Teddy Musella and Cameron Brinkman were about a 1/10 of a second better than Caleb Gaffera last time by, not by too much, as we see more attempts there. Garcia working on the back of Max Taylor. He will get down the inside and fully clear him at the exit of 3, but they all get bottlenecked up at the exit. Christian Miles unable to do anything but watch there back in the 8th position.
Yeah, that was Max Garcia trying to hold on for all it's worth, having to muscle his way through in this mid-pack as we have one stopped off the track. That is the 742.
742 indeed. Anthony Martella, who's had a day from bad to worse, and he is holding on to his left shoulder, so not sure what we've got for the issue there for Anthony Martella, but definitely the REM Cosmic driver with a problem back at turn at number 3. Down the front straightaway here this time. 3 laps to go for your race leader, Caleb Gaffera. And look at this midfield battle. It's continuing to go on up the hill. They're going to start blocking already. Way down on the inside goes, is that Cooper Beasley? I think that was trying to make the move, and he was. Either that or him, Aiden Ingrata, all shuffling up to turn number 3, battling for the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th positions. And they'll come up at the top of the hill there as Martella gets pushed off to the wayside.
Yeah, as they continue to go back and forth, here's another slide down the inside. I think that is Miles, if I'm not mistaken. Christian Miles holding off the rest of the field as they make their way now down through the hill. So continue to go back and forth. It just shows how well this track races.
Racetrack nearly makes contact with all of them. Somehow they survived the chicane. That got a little bit hairy. And now Miller goes on the defense mode as he has to worry about Christian Miles from behind, who will cross him up, but it puts him on the outside turn 4, lets him back in. No change all around. Ernesto Rivera, little bit aggressive there coming up the hill to hold back Max Garcia, but he hangs on to the spot, and they'll head out at the turn 7 complex, head into the switchback hairpins once again.
Yeah, and Max Garcia now leading this 3-pack, and it appears that Rivera is going to be able to pull away just a little bit from the rest of the field. And here comes Christian Miles trying to get his nose into the fight as the white flag is now out. You can see just how much of a lead Caleb Gaffera has over the rest of the field as we continue to watch this 3-pack battle. And out for the 4th, 5th, and 6th, 7th position as Aiden Ingrata is slowly starting to close back up to the seam, but I don't think he's going to get there in time as he is down roughly about 3 or 4 kart lengths before he even gets to the battle. So we continue to watch those 3 and count at 4, making the way around the final lap. There's your leader, Caleb Gaffera, making his way halfway through the track.
Yeah, half a lap to go here. Caleb Gaffera has got a comfortable lead. He's been able to put it on cruise control the last few laps. Has now putting the fastest laps on the racetrack altogether. That's gone to a few others ahead of him. But out of the final couple turns, Caleb Gaffera will come across the line here to take the checkered as we pick up some of the further battles. Here comes the checkered flag. Gaffera will collect the pre-final victory. Second to Cameron Brinkman. Third is Teddy Musella. Rivera ends 4th. Garcia 5th after an action-packed midfield fight. Christian Miles in the 6th position. Stephen Miller in 7th. Aiden Ingrata 8th. Jorge Ortiz in the 9th spot. And Max Taylor rounds out the top 10. So it's an RPG Cosmic on top in X30 Junior. Brinkman, your pole award winner, ends up P2 for the main event later on today. But the checkered fly here for X30 Junior. And that wraps us for them till the afternoon. We've got the rest of the pre-finals still to come. Then a lunch break, then the LCQ for the KA100 senior class before main event racing gets underway. Of course, you're watching free on Facebook and on YouTube.com/KartChaser for your pre-finals. And from qualifying earlier, you can watch the main events by going to YouTube.com/KartChaser/join. Become a KC Premium member and be able to watch the main events at $9.99 a month. We're live from Speedville, Road America, Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, with more action coming your way as the X30 Juniors are wrapped and the old crazy men, the X30 Masters, are ready to get after it.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee. And on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning Super Nationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
I think if we ever got like a really like
Maryland USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Welcome back. We're about to get underway here shortly with our second pre-final of the afternoon. This is going to be your X30 Masters, and they are going to be sponsored by Speed Concepts. About to get underway here with Mario Barrios on pole position and Chris Wareheim in P number 2 on the outside of the front row. Again, Chris Wareheim back in the seat after taking a little bit of time off. Your second row is Danilo Romalo next to Jake Feeder. Nikki Coelho is in P5 next to Scotty Roberts. 7th and 8th goes to Miguel Meyer and Scott Cobb. 9th and 10th is Christian Vomir and Evan Batt. Daniel Robertson is going to be in P11 next to Blake Wolowski. P13 goes to Robert Mayer next to Martin Stone. And Paul Montepalli starts next to SH Moon. So that is going to be the 16 taking the green flag here for the 16-lap pre-final in your X30 Master event. Again, that is sponsored by Speed Concepts as they're getting themselves lined up heading into the S's. Let's get the green this time by Xander.
Yeah, here we go. They'll all get set and sorted. Chris Wareheim's returned to the seat alongside his good buddy and Mario Barrios. It's Team Offset Sport up front. Danilo Romalo and Jake Fetter, again, row number 2 as you went all the way through. 16 drivers in total for Speed Concepts Racing X30 Masters. Coming onto the front straightaway here, getting set to go green. And it looks like it should be a pretty solid start for all 16 on the field. They come towards the start-finish line now, getting set for action. Just a little bit more to go. Here we go. Green flag in the air. We're underway, headed up the hill towards turns 1 and 2. And Barrios quickly pulls away enough to let Wareheim get down underneath. Now Wareheim's going to get stuffed by Romalo off the start. And a late breaking move by the Brazilian gets him up to second. Wareheim drops to third. They'll drop into turn number 3 for the very first time. Single file for the first 7 or 8 cars. And a bit of a battle back around 8th and 9th. Headed through turn number 4. Mario Barrios leads your field in the drop-down hairpin.
Yeah, Jake Feeder also thought about trying to make a move on the inside coming to the hairpin, but thought better of it. Stayed right behind Wareheim as they're now making themselves into the S's for the first time. As you said before, it is Barrios and Romalo is 1 and 2. And now Wareheim under attack from both Feeder, Kello, and also Scott Roberts, who is up in the mix as well.
Yeah, Jake Fetter, Nicky Soello, Scott Roberts, all 4th, 5th, and 6th on the bumper of Wareheim as Barrios leads them up the hill for the first lap. A very good opening lap here for Danilo Romalo, looking strong on cold tires. We see Scott Roberts down the inside for 5th. He'll take over that position in the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. Going to come back under fire there from Soello, I believe, and Soello able to go back on by him as looks like Jake Fetter didn't cross the line that time with a transponder, or at least he did, but he dropped way down the order. So that may have actually been... No, indeed, Fetter had an issue in the final corner. He dropped all the way down to the 10th position. I don't know what happened to Fetter there on the first lap, but Soello back and forth with Roberts. Roberts was able to get the job done later on in this circuit. Now Wareheim to the inside on Romalo, overcooks it a little bit, but he'll hang on. Now he signals to work together as Wareheim tucks his head behind the wheel. Here comes Scott Roberts looking for P3. Not close enough to turn number 1. And Romalo back on Wareheim, turn number 1. He goes through. Wareheim back to 3rd.
Yeah, and Wareheim's going to have to go on the defensive because here comes Scott Roberts. Thought about making a move on the outside. He actually is now going to lose a position to Soello, who is able to get back around. They're still going side by side. Here comes Soello trying to make a move on the inside of Wareheim, but he couldn't get it done. So now he's going to get a little bit of help from Scott Roberts as they make their way down to the rest of the field. All single file. A little bit more competitive than we've seen in the past when it comes to the Master Class, X30 Master Class that is, as it's still Barrios out in front. All this battling for seconds allow him to open up just a little bit of gap over Danilo Romalo running in this now 2nd position.
Kind of interesting to see why Danilo Romalo is so dead set on not letting Wareheim get on by. Wareheim made the move. He didn't give him a single opportunity. As soon as he saw that he had the gearing and the toe to go draft back by him in turn number 1, he went right by the Offset Sport Nash Motorsports Burrell Art driver. And Wareheim with a little mistake there in 1 and 2, loses a little bit of ground. Romalo hangs on to 2nd, but again, I mean, neither one of them at the moment are catching Mario Barrios. He was 0.3 better than Romalo last time by, granted with the pass. We'll see what this lap looks like for the REM Cosmic driver. Wareheim had Soello close in on him after that mistake in turns 1 and 2, but he's since been able to put a half car length back. Let's see this hairpin, though. Soello looking. Turns him, and around he goes. Big save for Chris Wareheim. He'll drop all the way outside the top 10, though, with that big aggressive pass by Nicky Soello.
Yeah, it just got his nose, and I think he had I don't think that Wareheim knew that Soello was on the inside. I think Soello thought he had a little bit more room than what actually happened, and they came together. So now it's going to shuffle up the field even more, but that's going to be good news for Scotty Roberts, who now finds himself up into the 4th position, just behind Soello, running in 3rd, so he could easily find himself inside that 2nd row if he is able to play his cards right.
We're seeing now inside the top 10, the reigning series champ, Scott Kopp, trying to work his way forward. Lost the spot off the green. He's back to neutral now with Wareheim getting turned, I believe. Wareheim crossed the line in 11th. I think lost another spot to Blake Wankowski at the turn number 1 complex. But on your screen, Nicky Soello currently in 3rd. We'll see if anything's said about that. I mean, Soello did go down the inside. I don't want to make it seem either way, but they collided. Wareheim was obviously on damage control mode, trying to hang on, and Soello had the run on him. So either way, Nicky Soello into P3, 2nd quickest. Danilo Romalo, a little bit faster than Mario Barrios that time by about 0.3. So the leaders are coming closer together at the edge of your screen. We're watching now Jake Fetter to the bumper, looking inside on Danny Robertson. He gets through, so move Jake another spot inside the top 10. He'll go up to P7. Then Soello back through the infield S's and into the drop-down hairpin, followed by Roberts. Soello's pulled away now by 0.4 last time. Looks like another 0.3 here already in the works, with Miguel Meyer there on the REM Cosmic, and then Christian Vomir on the Techno in the 6th position.
Yeah, so everyone's getting a little settled in right now as we're now going to be working 10 laps to go at the line, which means that we're about 6 laps in. As there's a side-by-side, Wareheim makes up one more position. He was able to get around Martin Stone, so Stone now falls back one more spot. Evan Batt is also up in the mix there in the 12th position, that battle for 10th. As there's the top of the field making the way through the chicane, now coming up into the hairpin. And there's the battle for 3rd on back. That is Soello, Roberts, Mir and Christian Vollmeyer now up into 6th, trying to see if he can't make his way to the top 5.
Yeah, here they go through the S's this time. Again, we're watching Chris Wareheim's drive back through the field after getting turned sideways in front of the pack. It was a heck of a save by the Beryl Art driver to be able to hang on to it. He could have gone and got clobbered by the rest of the field as well, but they all missed him. He was able to hang on, lost about 10 spots in the process. He's now working the back bumper of Danny Robertson to the inside now in the final turn. He will get through. Robertson crosses over, tucks back in line, so move Wareheim now into the 9th position. And the comeback charge continues as he now locks his sights onto the reigning series champion Scott Kopp just up the road. A good run through the chicane pulls him to within 5 car lengths. Robertson's got to worry about more company there, as again Martin Stone is close, looking for that 10th position. This is the end of the midfield grouping with 9 laps to go here at the moment. 7 laps completed of the 16-lap pre-final. So the good news for Wareheim, again, getting turned that early. A lot of time to make up time if you have the speed, and it looks like he's got at least top 5 level pace. He's on level with everybody else around him. Might be able to get a little bit more here this lap as the cross flags come out. 8 down, 8 to go. Mario Barrios has led them all. Danilo Romalo in second. Here's Miguel Mir with Christian Vollmeyer right behind him, 5th and 6th.
Yeah, so good battle there. That is for the 5th position. Your 5th placement being Mir, and Vollmeyer running in 6th. They stay nose to tail through turns 1 and 2, making the way to the hairpin. Let's see if Vollmeyer tries on the inside. Does not. Thought about it there for a moment, but he continues to follow right behind Miguel Meyer as there's the top half of the field making the way through. Ooh, back in, kicked out just a little bit there for Christian Vollmeyer. Able to save it, but now he opened up the door for Jake Fetter to close in ever so slightly. He is now within striking distance of Christian Vollmeyer for the 6th position. Here he tries on the inside. Fetter is now on the inside, takes a spot away. No pass back by Vollmeyer as they make their way now into the final couple corners. Now there's the pass back, as that's going to be
Scott Kopp.
Fetter
down
now
the
back
inside
through.
of Vollmeyer. Nicely done. 8 laps, make it 9 laps complete now. Barrios' lead got chopped back another couple tenths. Here's your look at the leaders. It's down to just half a second between the 2 Brazilians out front, Barrios and Romalo. Nicky Soello is about 2 seconds back from that group here. Then you look further down the order to find this midfield fight with Fetter, with Scott Kopp, with Christian Vollmeyer, and with Chris Wareheim latching onto the end of the train. 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th on your screen at the moment, led by Fetter aboard the Franklin Motorsports Merlin through the hairpin section once again.
Yeah, they continue to go nose to tail, now making their way to the latter parts of the track. Battle starting to form between the top 2 of Barrios and Romalo, as we are now going to be looking at 6 laps to go. Not a lot of major passing happening this time. You can see a couple of mechanics signaling to the drivers, giving them a little bit of a go-ahead move to try to push it just a little bit harder. The gap between the top 2 has now gone down to less than half a second as we continue to watch both Fetter and Kopp go back and forth. Kopp now is going to try on the inside of Fetter. Does he make the move? He does not. Stays right behind and in the toe of Jake Fetter running in P6.
Yeah, looks pretty close there. 6 laps to go here in the 16-lap pre-final. Everything kind of separating out a little bit. Pretty tame as a whole. Mario Barrios, the only driver right now that's really going to start to feel the heat in the final few circuits. He was 2 tenths slower again than Romalo, who even kicked up a little bit of dirt there in the final hairpin. He's driving to the absolute limit right now. Nicky Soello doing the same. Nicky went purple last time by in the 581. Goes quickest again overall. A tenth better than Barrios. 2 tenths better than Romalo. As they go through the 1-2 chicane, you can see Romalo sideways again through turn number 2. Starting to lose the rear and overheat those MG yellow tires just a little bit.
Yeah, he's trying to push it for all it's worth. He's got to make up about a half a second here in about 5 laps. So if he can do a tenth a lap, he'll be right there at the end. As there's a little bit of side-by-side action happening up towards the top, coming out of the top side hairpin as they make their way now down. There's the battle for the lead. So as I was saying before, all he needs is just a little over a tenth a lap to be right there at the end. But he's got to make no mistakes like we saw there in 1 and 2. But I think he may have started to close back up in the mid parts of the track.
Yeah, I mean, looks a little bit better, a little more under control here coming onto the front stretch this time. 4 laps to go. Romalo, you can see the hands waving on the fence. His Racing Edge Motorsports team trying to tell him to go. And he's been going for a little bit, but the last few laps has kind of fallen off. So now he's got to cool the tires back down. Good run that time through turns 1 and 2. Closes up again to Barrios. Let's pick up some more drivers down the order. There's Scott Robertson 4th. Here's this midfield fight. Look at this right here. You've got Miguel Mir, Scott Kopp, and then at the edge of that group, Chris Wareheim, who has not been able to go any higher than 8th since getting by Christian Vollmeyer a few laps prior. So through the drop-down hairpin with 3.5 laps to go. Can Wareheim get back at least to the top 5? This is the driver again who qualified on the front row. He's watching Barrios pull away, and for himself here, he is down in the 8th spot, just hoping to get maybe the 6th through the hairpins. 3 to go at the line. Does he stuff it? He does. Deep on the brakes on the inside of Kopp. Kopp will cross over a little bit down the front straightaway. They'll go door to door down to turn number 1.
I think it's going to have to be Wareheim who yields, and it looks like it will do so. Now he tries for a crossover. Able to get it done, but will it stick coming into the hairpin? It gets a little bit of a bobble. Now down to the inside. Ooh, a little bit of contact. Wareheim's now going to have to yield. And now here comes right behind him. Scott Kopp sees an opportunity.
Yeah, Wareheim was not happy that Kopp was going to go right back by him. He'll stuff him down in turn number 4. Late breaking move by Chris Wareheim. He wanted that spot badly. And now the reigning champ is going to have to worry about pressure coming in the form of Martin Stone behind him. So Wareheim gets away a little bit. 2 laps to go coming this time by. Kopp's not close enough to get there. And across the line, they'll see 14 laps completed. Wareheim into 7th officially and holds it as they head down to turn number 1. This is where it looks like his gearing hurts him. And up front, oh, we got a battle for the lead. Nearly there for Danilo Romolo.
Yeah, Romolo doing a beautiful move. The back end kicked out just a little bit as you were talking about. He was overheating the tires. He's going to continue to do so with moves like that. Loses down to about 4 positions to Mario Barrios, who's your leader out front. So there's good battles happening all over track, not just with your leaders, but also in that battle for the 7th, 8th, and 9th positions. We continue to watch the top 2. Coming up on the white flag this time by. Continues to close down just a little bit. Romolo a little bit later on the braking, coming to that second to last hairpin. Now coming into the final. He's in the toe, but he's going to have to be in the tuck now as they're coming up to the white flag. He's going to have to make a move happen this lap if he wants anything.
Yeah, here they come up the hill. Lap and a half to go. Good battle back behind. Still coming across the line. Looks like Scott Kopp was able to get back around Chris Wareheim. So he's moved him back to the 8th position. Wareheim back outside the top 7. Up front, the fight for the lead here on the final circuit's what we've got our main camera focused on. Mario Barrios trying to hang on over Danilo Romolo. Romolo is 2 car lengths back. He'll need a real big run at him in the final few hairpins to get there. Into the left-hander, not close enough this time. Barrios looking smooth, and a part of the racetrack that he's been smooth on all day. Romolo sends it deep, not close enough there. Final 2 corners. Barrios, light bit of defending. Romolo will not get there, and Mario Barrios will collect the pre-final victory here in X30 Master. Danilo Romolo 2nd, Soello 3rd, Roberts 4th. Here comes that midfield fight out of the final turn. Again, Kopp gets the fight for the 7th position. Just closes up to Miguel Mir there at the end. Chris Wareheim 8th, Martin Stone in 9th, and Danny Robertson rounds out the top 10. Jake Fetter able to hang on to the top 5. So with that, again here, we'll take another break. When we come back, Mini Swift action is coming your way from Road America as the Spec MX-5s head around the big track. The karts on the kart track here, and the Spec Racer Fords into view as well. We're ready for more racing all around Speedville when we come back.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years. and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at MikeDotyRacing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Welcome back to the United States Pro Kart Series here at Road America as the D&J Intermodal Services Mini Swift drivers are making their way out of the final corner and onto the front straightaway. We're going to get set here for more action once again. 2 pre-finals in the books, 6 still to come with the double K100 senior class split in 2. Here they come into the tram lines. Looking pretty good on the power. Carson Weinberg, Tyler Roberts, they're full throttle and we're away as they race up the hill for the very first time. Weinberg will bring the train down the inside. Does anyone have to go on the cut through? Couple drivers are wide. Everyone's trying to miss the barriers, and it looks like 1 or 2 get collected at the end of it all. But for the most part, the field is through to turn number 3, Everybody's still running, just a couple stragglers near the back of the pack, and it's a big gap up front. Carson Weinberg, a massive gap here to start this pre-final. Lucas Palacio has dropped into second. We've got more carnage in the back of the field there, all the way at the top of turn number 4. Carter McMurray has gone around in the Timmy Tech Comp Cart, and one or two others are collected as well over in turns 4, 5, 6, and 7 as Carson Weinberg comes through the back hairpins here this time. 1 lap completed, 15 laps to go here in the D&J Intermodal Services pre-final. Sorry, 13 laps to go here as it is a 14-lap pre-main. And there is a nice little pass and a bit of a bobble there from Ethan Tobo. He got by on Brady Shad. Shad going to take the cavalry down the inside. Jackson Tobo goes as well. They're all going to shuffle all the way through. And a lot of passing there in that midfield section, all at the outside edge of the top 10. Keelan Harvick currently in the middle of that gaggle right now. He was able to get up 1 spot in it. Looks like Isaac Malcutt aboard the Nitro Kart as well, just ahead of Tyler Roberts and more. There's Asher Oxtein and company behind him shuffling for a few positions as they all go through. There's Harvick making another move. That was on one of the Tobo brothers, I believe on Ethan Tobo getting by. And there they come up the hill. So it's a big gap up front, and then it's a long line of go-karts here, headed all the way to turns number 1 and 2. 2 laps complete this time. They're going to go nearly 3 wide into turn number 1. Somehow this midfield group has been able to keep everybody together, but it's a big train going from about 12th all the way maybe 25th or so in the 30-plus driver mini-swift class. They'll head for turn number 4 here this time. 3 laps to be completed this time by Carson Weinberg with a heavy margin over Lucas Palacio and company at the moment.
Yeah, the mid-packs definitely seems to be all bunched up. There's your leader of Carson Weinberg in that CRG, way out in front over Lucas Palacio, who is running on the Trinity Kart Republic in P2. And here comes the mid-pack battle that we've been watching. They're all going side by side as they're now trying to get themselves single file, making their way out of that final corner, now coming onto the main straightaway. So they're all single file for the moment, but how much longer is that going to last? As there's a little bobble there in the mid-pack. Last time by, Tyler Roberts went purple, so he is now the fastest kart out on track. As we are now watching that as a battle for what appears to be the 4th and 5th spot. That's between Caden Yeager and Asen Dramalov running in the 4th and 5th spot. And there's a pan back. Beautiful line of karts running from that 5th place all the way back, all nose to tail. No one has got a nose out of line just yet, but I think that's going to be a matter of time before someone tries to make a move, and that's going to be a chain reaction after that, a passing back and forth.
Watching right now here, a few more drivers coming on through. Again, like he said, a beautiful pack of go-karts in the mid-pack. Up front, not much action at all. Want to give a big shout-out to Turner Brown, though, currently in the 3rd spot. Let's see Brady Shad, I believe, or the Nitro there, just inside in the 6th position, ahead of Jackson Tobo. Here we go, side by side. Keelan Harvick going to lose a position up the hill. That's the Tyler Roberts. Roberts just went purple. Fastest driver on the racetrack is the Parolin. And the 199 is up into 9th. Gets by Harvick, moves him back down to the 10th spot. Sets his sights on Jackson Tobo, the next driver in line of the 131 Nitro Kart. Then it's Brady Shad. Then ahead of him, Austin Dramalev, who's having a solid day aboard the Techno Kart. Again, just up the road from these guys here who are 8th, 9th, and 10th. Your leader still is Carson Weinberg. And it's a nice margin he's got, but it is getting eaten up a little bit. Lucas Palacio, last time by, was faster. He is going to be faster again by a big margin here this time. Palacio, purple, of 51.71, gets beat by a few more down the order, going all the way to Roberts again, and actually all the way down to Michael McCaughey in the 12th spot. As here comes Roberts and Harvick down the inside, 8th and 9th. They'll move Jackson Tobo back to the edge of the top 10.
Yeah, it appears that they're still going to go nose to tail. I think Keelan Harvick is definitely liking being on the back bumper. Tyler Roberts, those two together are definitely able to make up some ground as they've now opened up about a 2-car length advantage so far over Jackson Tobo, who is now getting pushed back into the 9th spot. So look for those two together to try to cut their way through the field. They're both now well inside the top 10 as now they got their sights set on both Brady Shad and then followed by Asen Dramalov and Caden Yeager running in the 5th and 6th position. As there's Harvick losing just a little bit of distance now to the one right in front of him with Tyler Roberts. You can tell by the cue ball helmet out in front. And now Jackson Tobo's got his thoughts back together as he is not going to try to tuck into the draft. of Harvick as they make their way down the stripe.
Yeah, here we go. 9 laps to go. It'll update to 8 laps to go now. More battling as we see coming up the hill. Ethan Tovo, Asher Oxtein, they were working together, so that kept some company at bay for the moment. Keeping an update as well on some of the drivers that got knocked down on the very first lap. Looks like Carter McMurray's up to 28th, picked off a few drivers so far. Issues for Lillian Scarborough and Nico Sarfati. They are out. Max Weiland also, I believe, went out last lap. Carson Weinberg's lead, though, has evaporated. There you have your battle for the lead. Weinberg and Lucas Palacio, first and second, headed through the hairpin section here this time. We'll come across the line to see just 7 laps to go. 7 laps complete, halfway in the air. And Carson Weinberg, although he got away early, has company as Lucas Palacio is going to look to the inside. Turn number 1, new leader, the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic to the point. Weinberg back to second. Turner Brown watching on back there in the third position.
I was about to say, if this battle between both Weinberg and Palacio continues to go back and forth, which I have a feeling it might, look for Turner Brown to slowly start to make his way up to the top 2 and get his nose on the action. Just sitting in the third spot, kind of biding his time. He stayed consistent. He stayed fast. If he was smart about it and saved his tires, he could be a major factor as we're coming in to the closing stages. We're working 7 laps to go. It's going to be 6 to go next time by, as there's the top 2 now. That is Palacio now in front of Weinberg, making their way through the chicane, through the hairpins, I should say, or the S's, through the final corner on the back bumper. Carson Weinberg is now pushing Palacio. Turner Brown is now into view of camera down into turn number 1.
Nice run up the hill here for Palacio. Doesn't have to worry about Weinberg behind him at all. He got a great exit out of that final corner. They'll go through turns 1, 2, and 3 here. And again, they do have to worry about some more drivers coming from behind, though, here. Cade Yeager last time by was equal to their pace. He was only a little ways back. Tyler Roberts is close as well with 6 laps to go. We could have a pretty sizable lead group of at least 4, maybe more, because Tyler Roberts, your fastest driver on the racetrack, lopped off another 0.3 last time by. He's got Brady Shad behind him, along with Austin Dromalev. With 5 to go at the line, Lucas Palacio is your leader of a group of 2. It could quickly become a group of 3, 4, and maybe as many as 8 as they exit the final turn. 5 laps remaining. 9 laps completed in the Mini Swift Pre-Final. Lucas Palacio leads them up the hill.
Turner Brown was able to take a little bit of time off the top 2 out in front, so he is starting to reel them in as they make their way now into turns 1 and 2. Just slowly but surely, he's chipping away and closing back up as we now watch the top 2. It looked like Weinberg may have tried to think about a crossover move on Palacio, but he didn't have enough to get it done. And just like that, now 3 kart lengths back, Turner Brown in third. And as you said before, Cade Yeager, the fastest kart on track, in fourth, might quickly find himself in a position to be battling out with the top 2. But there is 5 laps to go, so time might not be in his favor.
Again, best United States Pro Kart Series showing right now for Turner Brown on the 136 CRG for Speed Concepts Racing. He's having a heck of a performance so far. He's closing in, even with the leaders pushing and working together, to the top 2. Again, you go back to fourth. Cade Yeager's had a great run. He's a 10th better than the leaders last time by. I think he'll even out this time. No change. Tyler Roberts and Brady Shad, though, 4/10 better than the top 3 drivers that time by. Once again, Tyler Roberts was set to go purple. Brady Shad nipped him by a couple thousandths. And now Weinberg going to lose the second spot after a mistake. Turner Brown up into second. What a great run so far for the 136.
Yeah, Turner Brown can cut the air for Carson Weinberg. Those two might be able to work a draft together to catch back up to Lucas Palacio, who's now opened up a significant margin of those two running in the second and third place respectively. But as you said, back through the field, Tyler Roberts and Brady Shad might have something for the leaders if they can catch back up to Cade Yeager and get around him quickly, or if Yeager's able to tuck into their toe and catch back up. But I think Yeager's also closing up to the top 3.
Yeah, Cade Yeager was closing up the last few laps. Last lap evened out. This lap looks like it was a decent one. Not too much. Lost about 2/10 to Palacio. He gained on Weinberg and Brown with Weinberg's big bobble here in 1 and 2 last time by. Now they'll go through, hooked up, looking a little bit better. Let's see if the CRGs can start to cut in the final couple stages to Palacio's lead. They're still within the drafting window off the 125 car. And they're about 3 car lengths back, headed to turn at number 4. Maybe make it 4, headed through the S's. Either way, 2.5 laps remaining. And Lucas Palacio, after giving him a big gap off the start to Carson Weinberg, tracked him down, made sure to manage his equipment nicely here, and he's got himself a pre-final win in the works. 2 more laps to hang on to it here 3-driver break up front, and 3 more on the way as Tyler Roberts. What a massive amount of pace that the Parolin drivers got. He's brought Brady Shadd along with him, and they have caught Cade Yeager. That'll be a pass coming for 4th here very soon.
Double sticks are in the air that last time by, so we're at 2 laps to go.
Whoa,
a little bit of bobble there for your leader.
I don't think either of us thought he was going to be close enough that time. He was able to get through for 4th.
Yeah, he was able to get around, so they're now that 3-pack, if they're smart about this, might be there at the end, but they have to play the cards right. So as you said before, Roberts was able to get around Yeager. Yeager's now in between both himself and that is Brady Shadd right behind in the 6th position. As now we're going to watch the battle for 3rd. Looks like Carson Weinberg settled down for a couple laps, cooled the tires off as he is now in the back bumper. Here comes Turner Brown. He is closing out on your leader, Lucas Palacio, coming up on the white flag.
Yeah, 1 lap to go here. Palacio is going to have company at the end of the front straightaway. Let's see if he checks the gap. He does. 2 car lengths to begin the lap. How big can they close up before turn number 1? It's a big run coming for Brown. It's going to force Palacio to go on defense. He blocks the inside. That'll stack him up headed to turn 3. Palacio stays by the grass. Brown opens up. Weinberg opens up as well. He'll stay with his teammate, try to push him over to turn number 4.
They're staying nose to tail. Palacio defending a little bit, coming into that quick left-hander after the hairpin. They're losing a little bit of time now, the 2 CRGs, but let's see if they can't rekindle what they lost as they're down by 2 car lengths coming up into the final set of S's.
Yeah, let's see. Turner Brown lost some time. He did not get through turn 4 on the inside as good as Palacio did. Weinberg's been looking, debating on whether or not to try and go. Ultimately, he's decided better of it. Brown will have a last chance and go at him, and he gets through. Turner Brown with a last lap move in the final corner wins the pre-final, and Mini Swift caught Palacio by complete surprise. I think Palacio thought he had it way gone by then. And look at this battling back down the order. This is outside the top 10 right here. Back for about 14th, 15th, and 16th across the line. Benham Abernathy able to get into 15th. And everybody is now introduced officially to Turner Brown in the 136 CRG. He gets the pre-final win here in the DNJ Intermodal Services Mini Swift class. Behind him, Palacio ending 2nd. They're losing in that final corner battle. Carson Weinberg 3rd. Tyler Roberts in 4th. Brady Shadd top 5, following Roberts up the order to make up for all the ground they lost off the start. Keelan Harvick followed them by the end. He got there late on the scene in 6th. Cade Yeager drops to 7th in the final few stages. Same with Austin Dromalev down to 8th. Michael McCaughey, couple spots gained. He gets to 9th. Asher Oxtein rounds your top 10. And again, we talked about Carter McMurray getting turned early. He drove back up to 24th, still with some work to be done, as unfortunately for Forrest Adams, Max Weiland, Nico Sarfati, and Lillian Scarborough, they will start tail end of the field after a series of DNFs here in the pre-final. With the mini swifts done, we are now on to the X30 Pros. Ryan Norberg and Diego Ramos will lead your field to the green here shortly. Stay tuned. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the U.S. Pro Kart Series.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Sports X30 Pro getting set to go green here. Ryan Norberg and newly signed PSL Karting Varela driver Diego Ramos qualified on the front row, just 0.07 of a second apart. Paul Bocuse, Hayden Jones will make up row number 2, and Diego Contagia, Austin Garrison on row number 3.
After that, we get down to Jeremy Fletcher starting the sub position next to Justin White. Tyler McIntyre starts at P8 next to Jack Jeffers. Marion Krimmer starts just outside the top 10 of P11 next to Paulie Massimino. And Colin Warren starts next to Dante Yu in 14th.
Moving back to row number 8 here on the grid. Aiden Fox with an impressive run in Friday Happy Hour. A little bit further down the grid here to start today. He'll roll off in the 15th position alongside rookie standout Justin Ataconis and the Mike Doty Racing Lando Norris Kart. Wes Duchak in the Rollison Performance Group Cosmic will start to the inside of fellow rookie Gabriel Cower. And Cameron Weinberg, after going quickest or tying for quickest time in morning warm-up, had an issue, got caught up in traffic in qualifying, rolls off in the 19th position alongside Dylan Den Hayes.
And then 21st is going to go to Kevin Quindat.
Quevedo there. Quevedo in the 7th. Yeah.
It starts next to Adam Maxwell in 22nd. And that is going to be the top 22 so far out of a stacked field of 31. And the 23rd position goes to Gabriel Quintero. I'm sure I said that wrong. Starts next to Nicholas Harp Bastille in the 24th position. And Ryan Vincent rounds out the top 25.
Ryan Vincent, Oscar Pinoza will make up the 13th row. Then Alex Noiz and Santiago Fernandez, Tyler Lemp, Presley Whitley, and Nayland Shaw will make up the 31 driver Franklin Motorsports X30 Pro class. The grandstands are lined. The top of the hill is littered with golf carts as everybody wants to see. Can anyone knock off the national number 1, the reigning champ, the 5-time pro national champion Ryan Norberg? He has the field together. Diego Ramos trying to lay back for a good start. Not going to get a good one. Paul Bocuse will get to second off the bat. Here comes Diego Contagia up the hill at turn number 1. They'll work their way through 1 and 2 this time and go up the hill at turn number 3. Norberg and Bocuse open up. Contagia was able to stuff it down the inside to get to 3rd. Ramos drops all the way back to 5th.
Yeah, somehow they made it through the first 3 corners relatively clean as they're still trying to get themselves sorted out coming up in that left-hander turn 4. Now they're making the way down the hill, and now we're going to see if Diego Ramos is going to be able to catch back up to second spot, and if anyone's going to be able to knock off the top podium person, Ryan Norberg, the man out in front. Can his teammate, Paul Bocuse, the rookie, finally have his breakout event that he wants so badly and take a first heat win here this afternoon?
Diego Cantecha won here in 2020 at the first ever stop for the U.S. Pro Kart Series at Road America. He loves this racetrack. The Orsalon Racing Tony Kart driver out of Colombia, currently in third. As we look back down the order, here is a pass coming. That is Austin Garrison getting by on Hayden Jones. Garrison trying to hang on to that spot as Jones is going to get a little bit of a bumper there from Marian Kremers through three. Kremers going to let him get back into position. Now he may lose a spot in the process as Colin Warren tries to get by. Meanwhile, up front, Cantecha was able to get up to second, and the Orsalon Racing Kart Republic is on the move. He's a kart length back from Ryan Norberg here on lap number 2.
Yeah, he is in the tow, but we know that Ryan Norberg is Mr. Consistent. He usually doesn't make any mistakes, and especially when the pressure is on him. So right now, Diego Cantecha, I think, looks just to be a little bit faster than Norberg, so he's going to have to get around him quickly and try to hold him off, because as we know, Ryan always has his kart set up to come in later in the race.
Big run coming here for Cantecha up the hill, closes to the bumper at Norberg. I think we might see something turn 3. Norberg probably knows it's coming too, so he'll wait a little bit. There he goes. Diego Cantecha to the lead in turn number 3. And the 2020 Road America Pro Division winner takes the point for the first time. We think back, of course, to all of Ryan Norberg's major wins, and he's been on a hot streak since mid-2021, no doubt about it. But at the end of 2021, when he was able to get that SCUSA Super Nationals victory that eluded him for so many seasons, the driver that came second to him in Vegas, that was the man out in front, Diego Cantecha. We haven't seen him full-time behind the wheel this year, but he's been quick at most places. And oh, look at that. Diego Ramos with an aggressive move on rookie Paul Bocuse. Welcome to the big leagues here, Bocuse, and Ramos takes over third.
And here comes Fletcher. He is also in the mix. He's got pressure behind him from Austin Garrison, who also sees his opportunity to make up a few positions, as now Fletcher tries on the inside. Does he get it done on Bocuse? He's got it. Does Garrison follow? He tried to, but he was not had enough to get it done. He's now going to have to tuck in behind Bocuse. And Ryan Norberg, the last time going through the section right about here, coming down the right-hander in that corner, the exact position, had a little bit of a bop as he took a little bit too much curb, and that slowed him down. So let's see if right behind him, Diego Ramos is able to make up one more position.
Diego Cantecha is well out in front right now. That lead is accelerating quickly as we see Bocuse trying to fend off Fletcher. He was able to get back by him there with 2 corners to go. Retakes the 4th spot. Hanging on for dear life at the moment is the 371 because he's got a hungry group behind him. Here's Austin Garrison hanging on as well. Hayden Jones going to force his way on the inside. Garrison hangs on the outside of him. Look at Marian Kremers around the outside. Will pick up a spot in the process, then lose it at the exit of turn number 3. All through that to lose a lot of time, but Garrison hangs on to P6 as up front. Diego Ramos has reeled in Norberg. He's the only driver anywhere close right now, lap time-wise, to the race leader in Diego Cantecha. He was still 0.2 of a second slower, though, last time by. Norberg looking a little better this lap. Maybe the RPG Cosmic can start to get rolling here in the second half of this pre-final.
Yeah, Diego Ramos would love nothing more than to start on the front row for his first time on a new team of the PSL Burrell Art. He is trying for all it's worth to make it get to happen. As we watch now, that is, I believe that was Austin Garrison closing in. Nope, I am completely wrong on that one. Yeah, that is Austin Garrison closing in on Marian Kremers. That is the 3-pack battle for the 6th position that Hayden Jones is currently leading. Again, that is another Rollison Performance Group kart who has got no allies right now as he is struggling to hang on as we switch back over. That is a battle for second. Ryan Norberg is holding off Diego Ramos, but how much longer until it's going to be around?
Jeremy Fletcher and Paul Bocuse have traded the 4th position a couple of times already here this race so far. They seem to have settled their differences for the moment, and last time by, they were almost on pace with the race leader. Cantecha a 47.2, Norberg a 47.3, Ramos a 47.4. Here's the gap across the line as they head towards turn number 1. We'll get set here for the field up at the top of the hill, turns 1 and 2. Hayden Jones, again, we mentioned he was able to get back by on Garrett, or officially get by on Garrison, brought Marian Kremers with him. They both are running pretty good times. In fact, Kremers was on pace with the lead as well. So the other PSL Karting Bureau Art looking pretty solid. We'll work our way through the downhill hairpin here this time. Ryan Norberg did go purple last time by at a 47 flat, so he did gain a little bit on Diego Cantecha. who's up 4 spots after starting in the 5th position. While we watch this battle here on the racetrack, we'll send the audio on down here in just a moment as the field works its way through the hairpin onto the front straightaway. Contagia, your leader here by about a second, make it now down to 7/10, and he's starting to fade. Was 3/10 slower than Norberg last time by.
As we continue to watch, Paul Bocuse trying to run back down. If I'm not mistaken, that's Diego Ramos now, who was looking to see if he couldn't put the pressure on Ryan Norberg for second, but now he's struggling to hang on to that 3rd spot. Bocuse was able to turn it back on in the latter half right now as we're working 8 laps to go this next time by. Let's watch Bocuse go to work on Diego Ramos.
Yeah, as he starts to go to work here again, I know our Zoe Edenholm is working her way up the pit lane. She'll be looking to have a few interviews with us in a few moments from the KA100 juniors that are currently stacked up on the grid. As we see Bocuse to the bumper of Ramos there. Ramos starting to lose some time. Half a car length now the difference for 3rd. They are coming together just as Norberg is hunting down Diego Contagia. Here comes Bocuse. Bumper, turn 1. Not going to go by that time by.
Yeah, he's going to continue to work the back bumper. Let's see if he tries to make a move in this hairpin of turn 3. Not close enough to try it, although he takes just a little bit more curb than Diego Ramos out in front. Now they can make their way to the left-hander. Let's see what he does here. Coming down the hill into that right-hander hairpin. They're now approaching at the bottom of the hill. So let's see if he's got enough this time to try to send it on the inside. Does not. Continues to stay in the toe, but he is closer than he's been the past couple of laps. Opportunity for a dive bomb is looming in the distance here for Paul Bocuse, running in 4th, trying to make his way on this podium to go turn one more lap.
Yeah, he's looking for a way by here as Contagia is going to come under pressure for the lead in a few moments. Meanwhile, Cameron Brinkman is down on the grid with our Zoe Edenholm while the leaders make their way on by. Let's see if we can send it on down here to Zoe as she's caught up with our pole award winner for our pole award winner from X30 Junior and a front runner for KA100 Junior, Cameron Brinkman. Zoe? See if we can send it on down here. I believe Zoe Edenholm has caught up with Cameron Brinkman in KA Junior down on the grid. And I guess not here just for a moment. We'll stay on the racetrack here. The battle for the lead continuing to fight. Contagia and Norberg for the top spot. Final corner. Here comes Norberg looking for the lead. He'll take the lead back away with 6 laps to go. Contagia goes back on the offensive. Does he stuff him back in turn number 1? Follows him up the hill to the first hairpin. And a quick right-left chicane. Norberg looking a little bit stronger. Up the hill to turn number 3. No dive bomb coming there. And this is where Ryan Norberg might be able to set sail in the final 6.5 laps of this X30 Pro Pre Final.
Yeah, but Diego Contagia is going to have to stay in the toe. He's now only down by about 2 kart lengths. Last time by, it looks like he was only a 10th slower, so he could use that draft to his advantage coming out of the final corners and now make their way into the S's and the final parts of the track. Although right now, Ryan Norberg has already opened up about 2 kart lengths, so starting to pull away. Diego Contagia is going to have to find another gear here if he wants any chance of trying to stay to the back bumper of Ryan Norberg, your leader, this time by with 4 laps to go. Right behind him, we continue to watch. Paul Bocuse was able to get around Diego Ramos, as right behind him is Jeremy Fletcher, Marion Kremers, and Hayden Jones. Continue to go back and forth, as there's Diego Contagia losing even more time to Ryan Norberg for second. So Contagia may have his hands full here shortly, because every lap, Paul Bocuse is getting that much closer, although he's got his work cut out for him. But I think Marion Kremers and Jeremy Fletcher may have something else to say about it, because they have now caught up to the back bumper. Let's see if Marion tries to make a move as Paul Bocuse goes on the defensive, try for a crossover as Marion bunches the pack up just like that. We have 5 karts in contingency.
That's Diego Ramos through for 3rd. They're able to get by on Bocuse as Bocuse was trying to block. Jeremy Fletcher hanging on. Kremer's going to get put to the wayside as there goes Hayden Jones on the inside of him. Look at Colin Warren getting into the mix here. They're 2 by 2 back outside the top 5. Up the hill into turn number 1. Austin Garrison, the big loser there, and Kremers hangs on the outside of Jones. Now Colin Warren to the outside. He'll lose a spot probably. Jones runs him wide, and Garrison gets back by. And look at that at the end of it. Looks like Justin White getting up to the mix there at the edge of the top 10. And Warren hangs on to the 9th spot. Garrison 8th. Jones in 7th. Kremers in 6th. And look at this. Diego Contagia's found that speed after following Norberg for a lap and a half. He's back on him. Diego Ramos has found a second wind as well. Out of nowhere, Norberg defending a little through the hairpins. Ramos is close. Contagia is there. 3 to go here in the pre-final.
Yeah, Contagia's going to have to work the toe coming up the hill. He's got it to his advantage now as to make the way into turns 1 and 2. Making the way now into the chicane. Now coming up into the hairpin. Does Contagia have it now? He does not. Continues to follow. Ramos is now in the distance, down by 2 kart lengths at the top 2. We're about to have a 3-kart battle for the lead here shortly, unless Contagia is able to make a move and get around and start to pull away quickly, making the way down the hill through the right-hander, coming up to the bottom hill chicane. It is still Norberg out in front. Contagia now starting to lose a little bit of time. I don't know if he overcooked the tires and the attack that he did on trying to get around Norberg, but now Diego Ramos in third, trying to see if he can't edge back up. This time by, it's 2 laps to go. Contagia is going to be in the toe, but he's not as close as he was before. Making the way up the hill to the chicane of turns 1 and 2. Top 3 got equal spacing. Norberg's got just a little bit of breathing room, but Contagia's got to be perfect. Meanwhile, Paul Bocuse is going to work on Jeremy Fletcher, who was able to get around him. He is now up in the 4th position. Bocuse is now in 5th. Fletcher now is going to have to go on the defensive.
Diego Contagia is going to need a Superman-level final sector here to really get up and challenge Ryan Norberg on this final lap. White flag coming this time by. Ramos was making up ground. He started to lose it. Norberg again turned it up last time. This time still about a car length out in front, trying to hang on. Bocuse and Fletcher still 4th and 5th. Kremer 6th. Jones and Garrison 7th and 8th. Across the line, Contagia a 1/10 of a second better towards turn number 1. He closed a little last time. He needs more. Through the chicane, sends it over the curbing here. 2 car lengths back, headed to turn number 3.
If he is perfect the rest of the lap, he might be able to make a move in the final couple of corners as Ryan Norberg takes a peek back to see that Contagia is still all over his rear bumper as they make their way into the downhill parts of the section coming up to the bottom hill chicane. I don't think Contagia is going to have enough here in this final lap.
No, I don't think he'll be close enough here. Ryan Norberg managing this race nicely. Look at this battle back for 6th, 7th, and 8th. Marion Kremers, Hayden Jones, Austin Garrison going at it. Meanwhile, out of the final turn, looking pretty solidly, Ryan Norberg will come across the line to collect the pre-final victory, but he's had some pressure, and we've seen him bleed a little bit here in this pre-final as Diego Contagia sets his personal best on the final lap of the race and looks like he's got pace to run for the win. Can Diego Ramos do the same? He almost got back up to Norberg after falling all the way down to 6th off the start. He'll get the start on the inside lane for the main event. Bocuse was quick there at the end. Fletcher as well. Marion Kremers in the 6th spot. Picks up 5 positions on his pre-final drive forward. He'll start on the outside of row number 3. Then Hayden Jones, Austin Garrison, Colin Warren, and Justin White. Cameron Weinberg picked up 8 spots there in that pre-final. Got up to 11th by the drop of the checkered flag. Massimino ends in 12th. We'll see who we can snag from the Franklin Motorsports X30 Pro Senior class to chat with about that one. Ryan Norberg, your pole award winner, hangs on, but it was not easy. Diego Contagia, Diego Ramos keeping him honest all the way through, and Contagia for the first time all year here, first time all weekend, we really have started to see someone be able to challenge the national number 1 in a race situation. Timmy Tech KA Jr. is next up. Landon Skinner, first career pole award. He'll lead them to the green when we come back from Road America.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Welcome back. Sponsored by Group. There are 45 in total, and only 44 are going to make the feature this afternoon. Your front row is Landon Skinner next to Max Garcia. Row number 2 is going to be Cameron Brickman, starting next to Ernesto Rivera. Row number 3 goes to Diego Guido, starting next to Stephen Miller. Row number 4, Cooper Shipman with Caleb Graffera. Row 5 goes to Luke Powers and Elio Meza. Row number 6, Charlie Stein starts next to Max Taylor. Row 7 is Davis Cunningham, starting next to Shea Aldrich. Row number 8 goes to Quentin Macpherson, starting next to Keegan Kaminsky. And row 9 is Cameron Reed next to Parker DeLong. So as they now get set, ready to go, coming down to the line, let's see how this is going to go. Green flag is out. We're going to be rolling into turn number 1. And it looks like it is going to be Max Garcia having to yield. Landon Skinner out in front. Garcia is going to have to put his elbows out, and he maintains that second spot as they're still side by side all the way through turns 1 and 2. Coming up into turn 3, 2-car breakaway out in front of both Landon Skinner and Max Garcia. And the rest of the field still 3 wide coming out of turn number 3.
The biggest field we've seen so far here today at 44, 45 drivers strong for KA100 Junior. And so far, everybody was able to make it through the turn 1-2 chicane nicely. Everybody's able to make it out of the downhill chicane nicely as well. And up front, an early gap here for Landon Skinner as he leads Max Garcia and company through the final few hairpins. A little bit of a break for the top 2. Then it's a line of about 9 cars, and really that train goes all the way back down the order with a lot of shuffling down the field. 3 wide all the way at the back. up front, nice and easy. Single file, little pass here. Here comes Cooper Shipman to the inside. That's for fourth. He gets by on Cameron Brinkman. Both of them drop a wheel on the exit. They'll go easy into the next corner, and then there's passing behind them. That is going to be Parker DeLong getting by Diego Guillo for the sixth spot. DeLong is up 12 positions from his qualifying spot at the outside edge of the top 20.
Yeah, and they're still going back and forth. Nestor Rivera is in the third place, but he is now under attack from Cooper Shipman as they make their way into the bottom hill hairpin. Coming up into the final set of S's, there's still possibility for passing. A look to the inside. I believe that was Luke Powers looking at the inside of Stephen Miller. I could be wrong as they're still going side by side in that backpack. And a lot of defending in the last corner as they burn one more lap.
Yeah, quite a bit there all the way through as the furrow black flags are flying here. Lots of warnings being given to a number of the K100 juniors as here goes another one. Another victim for Cooper Shipman. He'll pick off Ernesto Rivera at the top of the hill entering turns number 1 and 2. And Cameron Brinkman trying to do the same. Rivera gets caught off guard. Brinkman gets through. So will Parker DeLong. What a move for DeLong. He's up now 13 spots into the top 5. Brinkman gets back into fourth, and Cooper Shipman up 4 spots here to third, sets his sights on the MPG Motorsports Will Power Car to Max Garcia for second.
Yeah, they're still going side by side. If it wasn't mistaken, I think that may have been, Guido able to get around one more position as they work their way through. The top 3 looked like to be pulling away of both Skinner and Garcia out in front with Rivera off in the distance, but right now, Rivera has got his hands full because now Cooper Shipman and Brinkman are able to get around. Rivera falls all the way back into the 8th spot. Top 2 still got a good distance of both Landon Skinner and Max Garcia, 1 and 2. But here comes Cooper Shipman bringing along with him of both Cameron Brinkman and Parker DeLong up 13 spots, and he is still cutting his way up through the field.
Through turn number 3 here this time, over to turn number 4. Cooper Shipman, 3 car lengths back from Max Garcia. And he's bringing, again, that entire group of 4 behind him with Cameron Brinkman, Parker DeLong, and it looks like, although he did lose a position, Stephen Miller has evened himself out after the start and is right on the tail of this pack. 3rd through 6th right here, closing into Garcia. Garcia last time by was a 1/10 of a second slower. Brinkman getting by on Shipman, though, for 3rd. That'll stack him up. And DeLong's got to worry about Stephen Miller trying to get by him on the front straightaway.
Now they still go nose to tail. Brinkman now getting a little bit of help there from Shipman as they make their way up the hill. Does Shipman try to pass? He does not. He stays in line, trying to push him up to second place with Max Garcia. Someone dropped a wheel, and I think that may have been Cooper Shipman dropped a wheel. Oh, even more contact through turn number 3.
Stephen Miller getting kind of hooked together with Parker DeLong. Now DeLong's going to have to defend into turn 4. That'll back the field up, and that'll give at least the top few drivers a bit more separation. It'll allow the back half of the top 10 to get up to this group as well. So Cooper Shipman gets some breathing room, and Max Garcia a lot more breathing room along with Cameron Brinkman as they run 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, they continue to go back and forth and stacked up on that. I won't even call it a mid-pack. That is 4th placement on back, up to Long on back as we continue to watch. There's a pass on the inside. Looks to be one of the Cosmic here. Another Cosmic. I think that was Parker DeLong, Ernesto Rivera able to muscle his way around a couple as there's now 1, 2, 3 Cosmics. Nose to tail in the 5th, 6th, and 7th spot. Down to the inside for another pass as they continue to go side by side all the way through. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's Elio Meza up into the mix as well as he is able to get around both Luke Powers and Stephen Miller.
Yeah, Elio Meza, what a couple moves there that was on the opening sector. Meanwhile here, Cameron Brinkman has reeled in Max Garcia. Hasn't done much with him just yet, but he was half a second better than the WPK driver last time by. Garcia hanging on to P2, watching Landon Skinner drive away, and the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy OTK driver having a fantastic weekend as Brinkman goes by there for 2nd. Garcia drops to 3rd behind him. More battling going on back for 4th. Rivera goes back by on Parker DeLong to take over the 5th position.
Yeah, Max Garcia wasted no time going straight to the back bumper of Cameron Brinkman. I think he may try to work together with him. Landon Skinner currently sitting at almost a 2-second advantage right now, so if those two are able to settle down and maybe set their differences aside and work together, they could chip away at the difference. There's still 10 laps to go, so still plenty of time to try to catch back up.
Headed through turn number 4, Cameron Brinkman, Max Garcia. Their gap back is still only about a second or so to Cooper Shipman's group here, headed out of turn at number 7. That group has Rivera, DeLong, and Miller still all together. Actually changed that. Miller dropped back to 10th. It's Max Taylor who's worked his way up 5 spots so far and has latched on to the end of Parker DeLong. Here comes Rivera on the inside of Shipman. He'll go by in the final turn. DeLong not able to follow on the exit, but that change in position will shuffle them back a little bit further. Caleb Gaffera, who's had a rough start, started 8th, got knocked way wide as DeLong slides the inside of Shipman, goes purple. Gaffera all the way down in 11th on a 50.15. And look at that, Rivera with a mistake through 3. He runs wide. Lots of shuffling, all behind the rookie race leader, Landon Skinner, who's just having a standout weekend here in Road America.
Yeah, DeLong went for being the one on the attack, and now he is being attacked because it looked like Cooper Shipman got to his back bumper just a little bit, upset his car, but it didn't seem to affect him too much as he continues to fall right behind Ernesto Rivera. And now Shipman's going under attack as right behind him, that's Max Taylor, trying to get his nose in to see if he can't force a mistake as they make their way around. One more lap in the books. We're looking at about 7 laps to go this time by. So that's still Skinner out in front. And then there's the 2-pack running second and third of both Brinkman and Garcia. Garcia continues to push Brinkman. It's still sitting at a 1.8 second deficit between the two of them, so they haven't been able to take a huge chunk out of the lead between Skinner and Brinkman and P number 2. We continue to watch this awesome battle for the 4th place on back, being led currently by Ernesto Rivera, and right behind him, DeLong, Shipman, Taylor, Meza, Miller, all up in the mix.
Yeah, here we go. Looking on through into the hairpin here. Cooper Shipman now commanding the pack once again. They've got Stephen Miller back onto the edge of the train. Caleb Gaffera is there in 10th. Miller and Gaffera were the fastest drivers on the circuit last time by 0.2 of a second. 7 laps to go here from Road America in the KA Junior Pre Final. Max Garcia, Cameron Brinkman, they're working together, but they're not making any time up on Landon Skinner. His lead continues at 1.9 seconds here. A healthy margin in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. As you can see, the white helmet up the road. You go back to Ernesto Rivera. He's on pace with second and third. Last time by, a second back. 7/10 away from Cooper Shipman, who leads this massive group here from 5th back to about 11th, going to Diego Guillo in the 848 Super Tune USA Tony Kart.
Yeah, I'm wondering how long until Max Garcia decides to possibly make a move on Cameron Brinkman. He's got the toe to his advantage, but seeing as they're not taking a huge margin out of the gap between themselves and the litter of Landon Skinner, I'm wondering if maybe here in the next couple laps you'll see Garcia start to go back and forth. Last time by, Elio Meza in 6th, who is now up 4 positions, went purple, so he's the fastest car on track, as he is now under attack from Elio Meza, who just went by him, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll continue to watch those two battle it out for the 5th and 6th position, but right now we're watching the 2nd and 3rd placement of both Brinkman and Garcia making their way into the downhill parts of the track as they make their way to that left right-hander complex before getting to the bottom hill hairpin. Looks like Garcia does not have enough to make a move this time. Continues to follow Brinkman. Again, this is a battle for the 2nd spot. Last time by, Landon Skinner still holding on to a 1.9 second advantage over the rest of the field as we are now going to be looking at about 5 laps to go this time by.
5 laps to go here. Cameron Brinkman across the line. Can him and Max Garcia make up any kind of time on the leader? They do that time. 0.2 better than Landon Skinner, so that gap is closing a little ways. Ernesto Rivera also made up time. Everybody inside the top 5 was faster than Landon Skinner last lap around. In fact, especially Elio Meza back in the 5th spot, who has started to even pull away from that group and close up to Ernesto Rivera. So you can see that wide angle shot shows you they're not terribly far back from Garcia, but they're starting to get strung out and maybe make up some ground instead of battling amongst themselves for the positions from 5th back to 10th.
So we continue to watch the 2nd place battle, both Brinkman and Garcia. Like as Andrew said, down 0.2 are those two onto the leader. And you can see Landon Skinner coming more and more into view. So how much longer until they maybe have the possibility to get a little toe from him? The last time by, they made up another 0.3. They're at a 1.4 second disadvantage now is Landon Skinner.
Ooh.
So he's got a little bit of time to make up as there's a pass for 2nd. Max Garcia able to get around Brinkman. If these two can settle down, they might be in a possibility to take it to the leader of Landon Skinner here in the next 2 or 3 laps.
Yeah, nice move by Garcia. He went his personal best last time by. They got to within a 1.5 seconds of Skinner here with 4 to go. That's not a lot of time to run down the race leader, but maybe Garcia thinks he can lead them a little better and get further away as they come out of the first of the 4 switchback hairpin corners. Then to the double right-handed apex. Then we get tighter in the last two corners of the racetrack and onto the front straightaway. Landon Skinner, 3 laps to go. Here's the group behind the top 5. It is Stephen Miller in that pack over Cooper Shipman and Max Taylor. They are a second back from Elio Meza, who is going to pass Ernesto Rivera into the turn 1 and 2 complex. Move Meza up 6 spots now with the fastest time of the race and going 4/10 better than the race leader Landon Skinner, who's only 1.3 seconds up the road for Max Garcia right now.
Now, Max Garcia looks like he's opened up about a 2-car length lead right now over Cameron Brinkman, who is now fallen back into third. Last time by, the gap was at a 1.3, which they made up some time, but not as much as previous, which was expected, seeing as Garcia was making the move to get around Cameron Brinkman. But now it looks like Ernesto Rivera is leading by about 7 car lengths now, so the gap continues to fall. Let's see what it looks like this time by. Elio Meza went purple last lap, so he improved his time even more so. And now the gap is down to 1 second between Landon Skinner and Max Garcia in P2. So with 3 laps to go, we could easily see, as there was a pass back, there was Brinkman getting around Garcia. But as I was saying before, with about 2 laps to go, we might be able to see those two catching back up, but I'll doubt they have enough to make a move to get around.
I mean, they got down to a second that time, but again, Brinkman going by Garcia. That's impeded the progress a little bit. It'll be really tight for them to get to Skinner by the end of this one, and they'll need to not battle to at least hang on and keep Elio Meza from getting there. Meza's continued to just have a stellar level of pace here throughout the second half of this pre-finals. He's been clawing his way up the grid. Stephen Miller is now also caught up to Ernesto Rivera, back 4th, 5th, and 6th to make it a 3-car train. With the white flag in the air, 1 to go. Let's see, does Garcia pull out a line? He does. Looks for second, turn 1. He'll go by Brinkman. So Max Garcia back into the point of the 2-car battle. He'll block the inside down to turn number 3, while Landon Skinner continues to lead out front. They're side by side out of turn number 3, over to 4. Brinkman around the outside. Sends it, doesn't get clear. He runs out of racing real estate and runs out of grip there late in the going.
Yeah, let's make their way into the bottom side hairpin. It's Garcia out on point in that 2-pack. But now closing up last second, Elio Meza is bringing the pack with him. I think they're still going to be glad the checkered flag is coming out this lap, because one more lap, we could easily see a 5-car battle. Oh, Meza thought about trying to make a last-minute move there. Couldn't get it done. Checkered flag is out. Landon Skinner is going to take his first heat race win, and he is going to put it on pole position for the first time for tonight's feature event. Max Garcia comes across second, Cameron Brinkman in third, Elio Meza 4th, Ernesto Rivera rounds out your top 5.
Rivera again rounding it off. Then Stephen Miller, Max Taylor up 5 spots from his starting position. Cooper Shipman, Caleb Gaffera 8th and 9th, and Keegan Kaminsky up 6 spots, gets to 10th. Christian Cameron picks up 14. Oliver Piatek, talked about the heartbreak from qualifying, picks up 16 positions from 30th to 14th. That's the place you can fight from, a top 5, a top 10. Not out of the question for Piatek with a great drive like that. And we'll see more from him later on this afternoon. We'll take another break here. When we come back, it is time for the Micro Swifts to head to the racetrack here. And then your KA100 Senior Pre Finals with the bubble spot of who transfers to the main will be before our lunch break.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning Super Nationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Okay, come back in. We're about to get away with our Micro Swift, sponsored by Team Ferris Racing. Your front row is going to be led by Rocco Simone on pole position, starting next to Ashton Woon. Marco Samet starts in P number 3, next to Cameron Marcia. In the next row, we got Troy Ferguson starting next to Nicholas Orbezo. Royce Vega starts in the 7th spot next to Ashton Wyatt. AJ Stoner starts in P number 9 next to Jacob Majewski. P number 11 goes to Jackson Gibson, starting next to Kai Mars. P13 is going to be to Caleb Tarter, starting next to Benja Fernandez in the 14th position. Bowen Green starts in P15 next to Emerson Lane in the 16th spot. Parker Ives starts in P17 next to Pasha Ali. Colton Scheisenberg starts next to Isaac Nolan in the 20th spot. In total, there are going to be 34 taking the green flag as they now make their way onto the main straightaway. Keep an eye on that front row. Rocco Simone and Ashton Woon side by side across the line. How is this one going to go into turn 1? It is actually not going to go. We're going to go yellow and one more time around.
Yeah, we'll wait on that one to come on back, so they'll get sent through the cut through here at the top of the hill, and we'll send them over to turn number 7 into the drop-down hairpin to try one more time. Rocco Simone has had a great start here to his 2022 year. It has continued to roll on through the season, and he's got, of course, the pole award in qualifying over Marco Samet, who has also had a fantastic summer run here. Really got going in the spring in Orlando with an opening series win in his first ever USPKS start. And Marco Samet will join Rocco Simone right up front here as they all work their way around. Ashton Woon aboard the Nitro Kart in his swan song in the micro class of the US Pro Kart Series. We're moving up to the mini divisions. in 2023. He starts on the outside. Fell back a little bit on the first try. This time he's starting about a half car length back. How early does he get on the power? The outside lane's got a big jump here. They're looking good. It's dead even across the line. They'll lose a little in the kink, and we're green up to turn number 1. Rocco Simone brings Samet down the inside. Look at them 2 and 3 abreast. And Micro, does anybody go wide into the wall? They've got a few turn in the middle of the field over in 1 and 2. About 4 drivers collected there off the start. Everyone seems to be okay. One more will get back going. We'll pick the leaders back up out of turn number 3, headed for 4.
Yeah, so now it's going to be Rocco Simone out in front. I think that's Ashton Woon close on the back bumper, followed by, I think that may be Cameron Marcia in the 3rd position. But now we got a top 4. And I think may have been Royce Vega in the 4th spot, if I'm not mistaken. So he's moved up about 3 positions from the start. So the top 4 all nose to tail, making their way into the series of hairpins coming up in the final corner. But your leader, Rocco Simone, making his way to the final couple of corners. Top 4 nose to tail. One lap in the books, as we're not going to be looking at 13 more to go.
The inside line there that time. Ashton Woon was really the only one that got a good start from the outside lane. Marco Samet up 1. Holds on to 3rd. Troy Ferguson was able to get up into 4th. Nico Orbezo in the 5th position, up 1 spot from 6. Jackson Gibson up 5 spots here off the start, although he'll lose 1 there in turn number 4, it appeared, to Royce Vega getting by for the 6th spot. So altogether, a 4-driver lead here, or lead group with Rocco Simone heading out of the drop-down hairpin, and they'll head into the switchbacks once again with Ashton Woon in tow right behind him.
Yeah, and right behind Marco Samet is Troy Ferguson that Cosmic Kart. So I was wrong. That was not Vega. I do apologize for that one. Vega's a couple of positions farther back as we're watching Marco Samet going on the defensive there, trying to hold off the 4th placement of Troy Ferguson this time across the line. It is still Simone out in front, Woon P2. Royce Vega last lap in 6 went purple, so he is now the fastest kart on track. And just like that, we got a 2-pack out in front and the 3-pack battle for 3rd. Samet, Ferguson, or Bezo, they've all bunched up yet again. There's more joining the party as they make their way to turn number 3.
Yeah, what a line of go-karts we've got here. About 8 drivers strong as they exit turn number 3. They'll go side by side for 3rd. Marco Samet under fire. Ferguson not going to get by into turn number 4. Looked on the inside, couldn't pull it off. Still leading is Rocco Simone, as Ashton Woon has not yet made a bid for the top position. 14 laps the distance. 2 complete. Working lap number 3. Here's a battle at the end of the train. Jackson Gibson versus Caleb Tarter. Tarter has to give way. You go back from Tarter. Aston Wyatt is there. AJ Stoner at the edge of the top 10. 4 more still there. Cameron Marcia, your 6th place starter, dropped 9 spots at the end of the 1st lap. He's still not been able to work his way up too high. 13th. He's at a Benja Fernandez. I mean, this lead group really, Caleb, covers the entire top 14 as we see more battling back at the end of it.
Yeah, and they've consistently stayed nose to tail. A little bit of separation here and there from the accordion effect like we've seen before. But if there's no major passing, anyone that's top 14 has a chance for the lead. But as we know, there's going to be 1 or 2 a little loose there was your 3rd placement of Marco Samet, and that bunched up the field from behind. And now all damn doors have opened, and everyone is going back and forth now from there on back.
Again, that's what will happen there. 1 little mistake or 1 little botched pass will split this pack up as we see Royce Vega getting by. Look to be on Aston Wyatt. Maybe a little further back as he's trying to fight around Jackson. Gibson's there in the 7th position. I think Orbezo was the big loser out of that. He falls all the way down to the 8th or 6th position. Gibson up to 5th. That was Ferguson actually on the screen in the 4th. And up at the front of the group, Ashton Woon gets by on Rocco Simone. So new leader for the first time here in the pre-final. The Nitro Kart of Ashton Woon to the point.
Yeah, so Ashton Woon leading for the first time in all weekend long. But here comes Rocco Simone. Thought about making a move on the inside. Marco Samet thought about trying to follow him, but now he's just going to stay in the toe of Rocco Simone as they make their way down to the bottom hill hairpin. They're still top 3 nose to tail. But as you said before, they're all relatively bunched up the top 14, still within a relatively close train of each other. Not as nose to tail as they were before, but they're still all right there relatively close.
Here they come this time by. 9 laps to go. 5 laps complete. Ashton Woon, still your leader, down the front straightaway as Rocco Simone will spend the first time behind someone. Headed for turn number 1 with a big run. Does he do anything with it? He'll push Woon to try and open the gap up behind. Although that time, Marco Samet was right there with him. Troy Ferguson, big run on Samet. Turn 3, doesn't pull the trigger. and so he stays back there. Jackson Gibson still 5th. Nico Orbezo in 6th, and then it is Royce Vega, and then a little gap with Caleb Tarter in tow as they traded positions, I believe, this lap as well. So Tarter and Vega, 7th and 8th, swapped around. Here through the hairpin, Simone takes a look on the inside, now outside of Ashton Woon, as Woon went a little bit wide, didn't go by him through the final couple turns. No passing here at the moment. 8 laps to go this time by. 6 laps complete. Ashton Woon, still your leader here. His second lap led so far today. Simone's got a big head of steam for Marco Samet. Doesn't decide to go for it. Samet looks to the inside. Not enough steam. They're going to pass for 4th, though, is Jackson Gibson. 7 spots gained now as he gets by Troy Ferguson, who's going to lose another spot to Nico Orbezo in turn 3.
Yeah, Orbezo sent it down the inside, takes up one more spot. Although something that I've been impressed with so far is the passing has been incredibly smart by these drivers. They're not passing at the points where it slows everyone's momentum down. I think that is due to the fact that this track races really well where you can pass someone and not lose a whole lot of head of steam. Although what was a 14-cart pack is now down to probably about 9 or 10. As we're now watching again, here comes another pass. I think that is Orbezo up one more position for 3rd. Or sorry, that's Ferguson. Gibson up one more position. So they continue to work their way through. Still out in front, Ashton Woon working 7 laps to go. But look on his back bumper. Rocco Simone's got to run. Does he take it this lap or does he wait like before? I think he is going to stay in line, and he will do so. But they're side by side from behind, as that is Orbezo and Samet are going door to door.
Yeah, Marco Samet able to hold on to the spot there. Orbezo was trying to work over on him, couldn't do it. So Marco Samet hangs on to P4. Jackson Gibson, 8 spots gained. 2 more to go here to go from 10th to the lead. 7 in, 7 to go. Plenty of time left for Jackson Gibson and the driver out of the Pacific Northwest. Taking it here to 2 of the top micro drivers in the last year and a quarter. Rocco Simone has been phenomenal here this year. Ashton Woon has had a few wins of his own. And as he works his way through the final few hairpins, onto the front straightaway, the California-based Nitro Kart driver leads another one. 6 to go.
Yeah, 6 laps to go. Rocco Simone just sitting and waiting, biding his time as they make their way into turns 1 and 2. Jackson Gibson close on his bumper. Got a little bobbled up there coming into turn number 1. So let's see now if Rocco Simone is going to have an opportunity to make a pass. Continues to follow your leader of Ashton Woon. I think he's going to wait until the end to try to make the move to pop back out because he knows that Woon will easily be able to do a crossover within a lap or 2 if he is given the opportunity. As Simone continues to follow right on the back door. They are approaching lap traffic. Don't think it's going to play a huge factor as there goes the lapper just out in front, pulling off to the side, letting him go by. So great sportsmanship on his part, letting the race continue on in the top positions and not being a huge factor.
Very courteous stuff there. And my mistake there, Ashton Woon mixed him up. He's out of Scottsdale, Arizona, but the entire top 5, a very wide spread. Arizona down in the southwest for Ashton Woon. The Canadian Rocco Simone. Then you got the Pacific Northwest with Jackson Gibson challenging for 2nd, trying to get through turn 1. He does. Then you go back behind him, the Texan of Nico Orbezo, and then was in 5th, Marco Samet, the new Northeastern-based driver, loses a spot out to the California kid in Troy Ferguson. Behind him, they were also side by side. Caleb Tarter and Royce Vega going at it there at the outside edge of the top 5. All the while up front, with that pass for 2nd, they've gotten strung out a little ways. 4.5 laps to go. Ashton Woon leads them through turn number 8 and over to 9.
Yeah, Woon's got a little bit of breathing space now, more than he had before due to the pass that Gibson made on Simone. But just like that, it is closed back up, and now it looks like Jackson Gibson's starting to go on the attack. Like you said, 4 laps to go this time. Rocco Simone running in 3rd. Not as close as he was before, but close on the back bumper. Jackson Gibson, look for him to see if he pops out coming up into turn 1, or does he wait? He's got the opportunity. He continues to follow. So Jackson Gibson of P2 continues to bide his time. But look at 4th placement, Nicholas Orbezo. He is now closing in on the back bumper of Rocco Simone for 3rd. So it's going to be a 4-cart battle for the lead as we are now in the closing stages of this pre-final.
Yep, there we are. 4 laps to go. Look at Gibson. What a move down the inside in turn 4. Jackson Gibson to the lead for the first time today. Woon drops in line to 2nd. Nico Orbezo with a great run here in the last lap has latched onto this group of 3. And the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart driver is on to the rear end of the 3 leaders. He's still got about a 2nd cushion out back to Troy Ferguson and Marco Samet. And they are 3 wide behind them as Caleb Tarter is battling all around here behind the leaders. Look at that big gaggle back from the top 4. 6th and 7th on back there. Tartar, Stoner, Majeski, Benja Fernandez, all dueling on the outside edge of the top 10, while Jackson Gibson has put 2 car lengths on Rocco Simone as Simone went by on Ashton Woon there near late in the lap.
Yeah, the top 4 starting to break back up. Nicholas Orbezo, who caught back up to the top 4, hasn't closed up as quick as we've seen before. I think he's going to try to bide his time, wait till he sees 2 to go to make a pass or 2. But right now, new leader, Jackson Gibson, Rocco Simone back up into P2, and Ashton Woon, in a span of 1 lap, has now fallen back to 3rd. So let's see if maybe he can rekindle a couple of spots there, or if he's just going to have to sit and bide his time. But pretty soon he may have to hold off Nicholas Orbezo in 4th. And just off in the distance, both Troy Ferguson and Marco Samet are starting to close back into the top 4.
Just barely there. They're inching their way forward. They were a 10th better last time by. This time by 2/10 better than the race leader, Jackson Gibson, because they are hooked up. He is by his lonesome. Ashton Woon going to go back to 2nd, brings Orbezo with him. Simone drops into 4th. Orbezo went a little wide out of turn number 2. Hangs onto the inside lane through 3. No challenge, no harm, no foul. But Troy Ferguson has arrived on the scene, make it 5 drivers in the lead group here with a lap and a half to go. Jackson Gibson leads them to the drop down in the hill.
Now making their way down to the bottom hill hairpin, I should say. Still out in front is Gibson. He's got some breathing room. Woon, due to the move that he made, he has now opened up a 2 car length advantage, and now there's a pass to the inside. Rocco Simone was able to get back around Nicholas Orbezo as they snake their way to the final couple of corners. 1 more lap to go at the line. Jackson Gibson holds on to a 4 car length gap. Ashton Woon in 2nd. But I think Woon's going to have his hands full because now to the inside, here comes Simone. Orbezo wants to follow. There goes 1. Does 2 go through? No. Ashton Woon holds on to 3rd. And now to the back bumper of Orbezo comes Troy Ferguson as there's a pass to the inside. Orbezo is going to push Woon wide. Now Woon's going to lose 2 spots.
Yeah, I don't think he meant to go by Ashton Woon. He just got in a bit too deep on the brakes trying to defend from Troy Ferguson. And he had to release the pedal to get far enough alongside. Either way, it's allowed Rocco Simone some more breathing room in 2nd. It's obviously given more than enough room here for the race leader, Jackson Gibson, on the final lap. Look at that move by Ferguson, trying the inside on Orbezo. Can't do it. Back up front, though. Jackson Gibson had a breakout weekend here in Road America 1 year ago. Today, he wins his first pre-final at the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and he'll go from 10th to 1st and punch his ticket to the pole for the main event this afternoon. It's Simone, Orbezo, Ferguson, and Woon, the top 5. Marco Samet, AJ Stoner, Caleb Tartar, Royce Vega, and Benja Fernandez, your top 10 at the end of it all. With that, ladies and gentlemen, here we've just got 1 more class to go, but it's got 2 pre-finals in it. The first of 2 groups for KA100 seniors coming your way, and not everyone is automatically going to the main event here, so they've got to get above the cut line. We'll keep your fight focused on both the battle for the lead and the battle for the transfer spot. Stick with us. More to come from Speedville here. America's National Park of Speed, Road America, playing host to round 3 of the U.S. Pro Kart Series.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products Easy GP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. To see our products online, go to odenthalracing.com.
Welcome back here live to America's National Park for Speed. Road America playing host to the round number 3 of the United States Pro Kart Series season, and the KA100 senior class that has been the biggest turnout everywhere we go here in the presented by Mike Doty Racing has once again eclipsed the field cap of 44 drivers. In fact, they've got a total of 56 on the entry list. So with that in mind, that means that there will be a battle for the lead that we'll focus on and a battle for the final transfer spot. The top 20 out of the 28 in each pre-finals will automatically move forward into the main event. The bottom 8 will go to a last chance qualifier. Brandon Lemke qualified on the overall poll. He starts alongside third fastest qualifier, Austin Jers. Nick Terlecki and Alex Stanfield make up row number 2. Then it's Colin Hayes and more, along with Chase Hand there on the outside of row number 3. Here we go. Tram lines, green flag in the air. We're on the power and underway up the hill to turn number 1. And it's an even start for the front 2. Can Jers, the rookie, slot into line? Terlecki runs him wide. He gets on the outside now, drops a tire. And as they go into turn number 4, Alex Stanfield able to get up into third here. And it's a good start for Brandon Lemke. The entire field's made it all the way to turn 4 so far here, dropping down the hill.
Yeah, making the way down the hill. Coming on to that second placement strong is Austin Jers, I believe. No, sorry. That is Aiden Rudolph in the second spot. Jers right behind, running in third. Austin Jers is in second as they make their way through. Got it. And the leader is still Brandon Lemke out in front as they make their way through to lead lap number 1 as everyone's still bunched up. Looks like there's no big breakaway in the top half of the field. Still Brandon Lemke, Austin Jers, Stanfield running in third with Terlecki in P number 4.
So there they go down to turn number 1. Austin Jers trailing Brandon Lemke, who gets it a little bit too sideways going into turn number 1. So does Jers, though he kind of followed him, and he's going to pay for it as Alex Stanfield is aggressive on the brakes there, not able to fully get alongside and clear. And so he just has to tuck back in line to third. Lemke yaws out the car once again, and the Millwright Racing Merlin driver leads them down the hill by about a car length and a quarter. You go back beyond the top 5 behind Chase Hand. We've got Jonah Hanran in the 6th spot, who's going to lose that to get Race Liberante. Liberante's already up 2 positions here from the drop of the green. Actually, no, Gavin Bailiff was able to get by Liberante following. Let's see who stuffs who in the final quarter. Nobody yet. All battling behind as Alex Stanfield has lost that 3rd spot to Nick Terlecki.
Yeah, up the hill. Looks like Liberante got on the inside of Chase Hand. Let's see if he's able to clear it. But now we're going to watch the battle for the, appears to be the 4th, 5th, and 6th. And that is Liberante able to clear Chase Hand. Hand dropped a wheel on the outside of turn number 1. So now he falls all the way back through the field. So count him probably back about 4 or 5 more positions than where he was originally before. So now Liberante is up into that 5th position.
Yeah, Chase Hand losing a lot of time. I think he fell all the way back behind Vinny Muskelis and Gavin Bailiff. So that's put him way down the order. We look at Alex Stanfield here trailing Nick Terlecki. Terlecki aboard the Host Driver Development OTK, currently 3rd. Austin Jers still 2nd, just trailing Brandon Lemke, who is trying to rebound after what was a rough showing at Gopher Motorplex. Whenever we come to Road America, Brandon Lemke is the name you expect to be at the front of the field, and he was dominant throughout Friday practice, a consistent front runner inside the top 3 almost every single session, and again, your pole award winner in qualifying. Through the chicane here this time. We'll watch them come up the hill, and Stanfield's going to answer back on Terlecki. He'll go back into 3rd. You look back behind him, I believe that may be Liberante that's gone around Gavin Bailiff, and indeed it is. Race Liberante into the top 5. Bailiff back to 6th. Jonah Hanran still 7th. Finnegan Bailiff 8th. It's Trinity Karting Group 6, 7, 8 right now, all safely into the show.
Yeah, again, top 22 automatically go to the feature. Bottom 8 do not make the show right now. And looking down on the transfer, it appears that the first one out of it's going to be Drew James, and the rest of the field behind is currently not registered in the front half to automatically go to the features. We continue to watch. There's top 2. Jers up on the wheel right behind your leader of Lemke. We're trying to see if we can't get the bubble spot for you guys, and I believe that is Emery Light, I should say, in 18th. So 2 back from there is where the transfer spot lies. I believe that is that.
That was Alex Doncho, I think, going by an Emery Lida in the Mike Doty Racing Lando Norris kart. So that was 18th and 19th. Lida back to 19th. You're watching Drew James there in the white helmet and the Tony kart. He is currently on the bubble spot in 20th. It's a big line of go-karts there. Behind him, again, that's where you've got Grayson Redson on the outside looking in. You have Lydia Small, Cohen Summers, Jeremy Fear, Kyla Anderson, Kendall Hedge, Robert Mayer, and Kyle Raymond are all in that group, loosely tied together and currently outside the show without a ticket to the big dance later this afternoon. We've now got 5 laps complete, 11 laps to go, so there's still a lot of time left. As we go back towards the front of the field, that's Liberante, it looks like, battling. He's lost a spot or 2 to one of the TKG Kart Republics headed through turns 1 and 2.
I think that was one of the bailiffs as they now make their way down to turn 3. Oh, Liberante had a wheel almost into the grass. Is now, I believe that may be Finnegan.
That was Hanran going by. Nice late pass there by Jonah Hanran. He moves himself back by Liberante. Finnegan Bailiff getting some separation, and Liberante is now backed up to his to Chase Hand there right on his rear bumper. It looks like maybe one more as Hand is going to fight to the inside. We're trying to keep up with all the names and all the shuffling. There is quite a bit all around as they come onto the front straightaway here this time. And it might have been Hanran, actually, that was further back with Bailiff going by. And you were right on that call there, Caleb. Finnegan Bailiff 6th, Liberante 7th. Hanran down to the 9th position as Hand gets by for the 8th spot.
Yeah, and Hand able to get around Liberante. Looks like he's going to bring more one with him. I believe that was going to be Hanran. This time went by with Hand to get by. Although last time there was a pass in between those two, it didn't really end well for Hand, but now Liberante is trying to hold off the rest of the field. Hand opening up a huge margin now over Liberante, who is now sitting back into the 8th position, as Liberante is now the gatekeeper of the top 10, and he's got a big stack coming on from behind him.
This is good news for everybody trying to hang on in those final transfer spots. They are hoping for some more battling, maybe some crashing here out of this midfield fight as we see Keegan Bosch with an aggressive move that time. That was on Logan Mueller trying to get by for 11th. crosses him over, now gets crossed over himself as Colin Hayes tries to go by. Can't do it. Here comes Hanran to the bumper of Race Liberante. He'll look to the inside, turn one, and through. Gets by for the 8th position. Liberante back to 9th. There go your leaders on by. Here we'll pick up more of this group. Look at this. Colin Hayes getting shipped all the way to Timbuktu down on the inside in turn number 3.
Yeah, there's that mid-pack is not easy. Oh, we got one up in the air.
Oh, 2. Adam Kreppin's off, and he took one more with him down the hill. Looks like they're both able to keep it going, though, but they'll drop way closer to the danger zone than where they wanted to be.
Yeah, again, that's the thing is all this battling is something that's keeping us entertained for sure, but it isn't really all that necessary, seeing as the top 20 are locked into. If you're well within the top 10, sure, you may want to make up a row or two, but at the same time, is it worth taking a huge risk to get around and then pushing yourself into the LCQ?
Oh, and we've got problems for Adam Kreppin. One of the longtime veterans here of the class is into the scale line, so he has just pulled in. We were watching a little bit of that major group having some problems. Kreppin dropping out, moves Cohen Summers into the show safely. And Drew James there at the end. Robert Mayer, Kendall Hedge, Jeremy Fear, Grayson Redson, and Kyla Anderson are still on the outside. Here's your leaders, though. Brandon Lemke has yet to see a challenge for the top spot from Austin Jers. They've been stride for stride, even all the way through. Here's Chase Hand, currently 5th and 6th as he's gone by Fitting and Bailiff a few laps prior. Bailiff running right on the tail end of him with Lemke across the line. 7 to go now, 9 complete. And the bubble spot current holder is Cohen Summers in the 947 Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart.
Yeah, so Cohen Summers, the last one into the transfer spot. Kayla Anderson is the first one to not make the show in the 21st position as we continue to watch side-by-side action. I think that was another pass on, trying to figure out if we can figure out. There's so many going on right now. I believe that was for the 9th and 10th spot, if I'm not mistaken. Just behind, or just ahead, I should say, of Liberante. So that was Hannaran and Bailiff, I think, were the ones going back and forth, but I could be wrong on that one. Although I'm not seeing Liberante in that group, so I think that just maybe is farther back behind of Keegan.
This group right here is just about the midway through the teens there, going all the way back to Emery Lida in 17. Now we'll pick up our drivers on the outside edge of the transfer spot. So this group is led by Colin Hayes from 12th on back. The transfer spot's a couple positions further down the order. Here we'll pick up our transfer spot. There's Cohen Summers in the Iron Rock Tony Kart. And there you can see the gap right now. Back behind him, Kyla Anderson in the Millwright Racing Merlin. So she is the first driver on the outside looking in. As up front there we see going by was Diego Contecho. We got another one way off over there in turns 1 and 2 that had to go way wide from this midfield fight. Again, this is the about 15th or so with Alex Doncho there on your screen. He's up 4 spots, started outside the transfer position, currently now in it. And we'll pick up some more people further up the grid. This is where you can see Keegan Bosch along with Jonah Hanran right around each other and Race Liberante all together. That's Hanran in 8th, Liberante 9th, Bosch in the 10th position. They're safe at the moment.
Yeah, so they're the ones we're going to be watching again for the 8th, 9th, and 10th spot. This time across the line, it is 5 laps to go. Your leader still is Brandon Lemke with Austin Jers close on his case of P2. Now down to the inside. I think that's Bosch getting around Liberante as that's another spot picks back up as we're going to follow back towards the field. That's a battle for, like you were saying, the 15th on back as the transfer spot is just going into turn number 1 right now. As that's going to be the battle between, if I'm not mistaken, that's DJ Cohen and Alex Doncho. Emery Lida and Lida Smalls, if I'm not mistaken, as we switch back over to your leaders. There is Lemke, followed by Jers and Stanfield running in P3.
Yeah, we haven't missed too much up front. They've stayed in the same order all the way through. You look at the lap times for him. Brandon Lemke at a 49.43. Austin Jers a 49.5. Then we go back. Here's Terlecki. He's about to come under heavy fire from Gavin Bailiff, who was the fastest driver on the racetrack last time by. Here he comes, looking for 4th. Inside and clear. Gavin Bailiff up another spot. Chase Hand and then Ben Bailiff, they're 6th and 7th. Here we go. Let's pick up where your bubble spot's at. Cohen Summers on your screen, about to come under fire and potentially lose it. Actually, he has lost it. Kyla Anderson has gone by. She's now in the show. Now he's going to try and fight back for that 20th spot. They make contact on the exit of the corner. Move Summers back into the 20th position.
Yeah, so Summers is now from in the transfer spot is now out. Here's a switch back over to the battle for second. That was Stanfield able to get around Jers. So they are running in the 2nd and 3rd position. Now your leader is still Brandon Lemke. And right behind it's Finnegan Bailiff, followed by Terlecki, making the way across the line. We're now looking at 3 laps to go, and it looks like a great battle there for the transfer spot as we continue to watch the top 4. Let's see if we can't pick up the transfer. There's some other drivers going by at the top of your screen. Look for a pink suit with a Merlin chassis. That is Kayla Anderson, who I believe is now the 21st position. You can see her getting a little bit of a hand signal, and she is the 21st. Right behind her is Jeremy Farricky running in the 22nd. So those are the ones you need to keep an eye on to see if they can make it into the show.
Yeah, here's a little bit further back behind here. This is going to be, I believe, Kendall Hedge, Drew James, Kyle Raymond, and Rob Mayer all around 25th or so. So that's a little too far back. Again, Kyla Anderson at the moment outside, was inside, then back outside the show. Chase Hand, 48.992 at the moment. Here is the look at 21st to 23rd with Fierke, along with Anderson and Grayson Redson. 21, 22, 23. Cohen Summers is safe. He's ahead. 2 laps to go. Now 14 complete. Brandon Lemke's lead continues at 0.6 of a second right now. The leaders headed out of turn number 3. No change for them while this group battles up the hill watching that final transfer spot. Let's pick it up. Here's Emery Lida with a battle back through the field. He's trying to hang on over Logan Mueller. This is for 17th and 18th. You can see the transfer spot of Cohen Summers catching up to the end of this 4-car group. 17th to 20th right there, then 21st to 23rd at the moment.
Yes, they continue to go back and forth. And again, that's Cohen Summers on the last transfer spot. And we switch back up forward. That, again, is the battle. They're all in the transfer. They're going back and forth like it's for the lead. One dropped the wheel. That was just behind Emery Light. I think that was Logan Mueller may have dipped the wheel and got a little loose. So they continue to go back and forth.
And Summers ends up losing the transfer spot because of it. So now Lydia Small picks up 2 spots. Summers way outside with that mistake. He's outside the show. Up front, they're battling hard. Look at this. Side by side for second, Austin Jers. Fending off Alex Stanfield. Gavin Bailiff tried to send it around the outside. He couldn't. We're battling for P2 all the way up front is Brandon Lemke. He's out of frame. Terlecki not able to do anything on Bailiff there for the 4th position. Looks on him. Can't go. Chase Hand. Lock it into the rear bumper as well. Final couple turns. Brandon Lemke will cruise to victory here in the pre-final. Here's that fight for second. Austin Jers hangs on. Now, where is our final transfer spot? At the line, it was held by Jeremy Fierke of the Kart Republic. They're headed through. You can see Fierke just ahead of Kyla Anderson. She's a little bit too far back. Last time on through, and unless anything's majorly changed, Anderson's going to be out. We got problems coming on the front straightaway for one driver. Into the wall is Cohen Summers at the checkered flag. Cohen Summers makes contact with the outside retaining wall, and Kyla Anderson indeed on the final lap because Logan Mueller got shafted to the back. He drops 10 positions from where he was on that final lap, loses a couple spots as well from 19th, and Kyla Anderson becomes the last driver to transfer in out of Pre-Final A. Pre-Final B is next up, and if that carnage, that action was enough for you, well, we've got a second dose coming your way before the lunch break. Stick with us. The Spec Racer Fords are on track. The Pro Carts are on track as well. It's Road America. We're live from Wisconsin.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Welcome back here, live from Road America. The K100 seniors are set and ready to go. The second half of the field here, your even-numbered qualifiers. Jeremy Fletcher qualified second overall, which puts him on the point here for this pre-final. He rolls off alongside Alan Rudolph in the PSL Karting Burrell R. Then it's Connor Ferris and Aiden Levy.
Followed by is Gia Cicero and Peter 5, Wettengel 6th, Cruz 7th, Kingston 8th, Collins 9th, and John Burke rounds out your top 10 as they go side by side to turn number 1. And it looks like it's going to be Fletcher on the inside. And it looks like Rudolph is going to get the stiff shoulder for third. Levy trying to roll the outside line. He is going to settle into P4. And now Rudolph sitting P number 3.
Aiden Rudolph takes them out of turn number 4 this time. Here heads over 3 out of 4. Look at that. We got one way off the racetrack. That's one driver that's not going to be probably in a transfer spot or out of one. James Overbeck loses quite a few positions. It looked like was the driver that got knocked way wide. He was 16th on the grid, and I think he's going to be down on the order. On the first lap, though, here. Great start for Connor Ferris to get by Aiden Rudolph. Rudolph going to fight back. Final corner, goes through and clear. Retakes the second position. Aiden Levy still there. Look at that battle behind them. That is for 5th as Jeremy Fletcher leads up the hill with a nice gap to begin in his RPM Tony Kart. And for 5th, that was Kingston Himes, although he'll lose one spot to Gia Cicero at the end of the straightaway. But Himes with a great start to his weekend into the top 5 here. Now he'll get shuffled to the wayside as Cicero goes by. Tyler Wettengel, Adrian Cruz, they were coming as well. Cruz still side by side with Himes. They're back for 7th. Trying to hang on the inside is Kingston. They're door-to-door through the S's. Eventually, Himes gives through and slots his way down as Luke Welcome gets the bumper caught. He's going to go wide and try to get his way back into the line here, about probably 5 or 6 spots back.
Yeah, so, he's still not settled in. Dropped another wheel before coming back onto the track. I think he is now going to have to get those tires cleaned off. Everyone's still getting a little loose, a little side-by-side action. All the way back in the midfield. If you look at the transfer spot right now, it's Mason Surgener is the last one to transfer in as they're going 3 wide across the stripe. And looks like they're now going to go 2x2 through the kink up the hill. Like I said before, it is now Mason Surgener in the transfer spot and Grace Hermaid in P21. And now we're looking at the top 4. And your leader.
Oh, big contact back there. There's 2 drivers stuck together over at the exit of turns 1 and 2. That was battling for the bubble spot. And it looks like we got a Grace Hemmard who was in the transfer spot across the line or 1 spot out. And Nikolay Dukov, I believe, is the other one collected. It was 24th across the line. Up front, though, we caught Aiden Rudolph going through to the lead over Jeremy Fletcher. Aiden Levy now into 3rd. He gets by on Connor Ferris. It's all to play for here in the even pre-final for KA Senior as Fletcher pushes Rudolph up the hill to turn number 1.
Yeah, we got 13 laps to go, 12 to go next time by. Fletcher all over the back bumper of Rudolph. Rudolph out in front, but Levy looks to be slowly starting to catch back up to the top 2, and bringing with him is Connor Ferris running in 4th. So let's see if those 2 can't catch back up to the top 2. Meanwhile, Gia Cicero has made her way up into 5th with Tyler Wettengel running right behind on her back bumper in the 6th spot. So that is your top 6 that you can see and view as Fletcher putting the pressure on Aiden Rudolph for the lead as they make their way into the bottom hill hairpin, coming up into the series of hairpins. Left and right, going back and forth, almost like an S-like figuration, making the way back onto the main straightaway. Fletcher's biding his time in P2, is in the toe of Rudolph coming across the line. It is still Levy in 3rd, this time by 12 laps to go. Rest of the field still close behind.
11 laps to go next time by here. We've got 4 complete, 12 to go at the moment. Rudolph and Fletcher with a healthy little margin back to this group that's going to fight for the 5th spot. Nice little pass by Tyler Wettengel on the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. Picks up a position to get by Gia Cicero. So up front, Aiden Rudolph, Jeremy Fletcher with 4, maybe 5 car lengths back to Aiden Levy and Connor Ferris. Levy aboard the Trinity Karting Group Alonzo Kart. And we've got, I think might have had some more problems over there. We do have more problems. This is up at the top of the hill. Now there's a couple drivers. We had one up and over. One driver up and over here, and that may trigger a red flag. We'll wait to see if the driver is okay. In the meantime, we focus on the battle for the lead. We stay green for now. Jeremy Fletcher on the bumper of Aiden Rudolph as they climb the hill, push it away to try and add some more distance from the top two back on the field.
Yeah, they continue to go nose to tail. The top two do. That is still Rudolph out in front over Fletcher to make their way into turn 3. Rest of the field relatively close, but I think those two together are starting to pull away as they're coming in to the yellow flag area, again, where we had a car turned up and over. Hopefully that driver's okay. We'll get you guys some updates. It was just off the distance at the top of your screen. So that is still Rudolph, followed by Fletcher, nose to tail. Levy settling into the 3rd spot, trying to see if he can't close the gap from that second group back up to the front group of that lead pack.
So through now, Aiden Levy, Connor Ferris, you can see was defending a little bit that time, going through the hairpin on Wettengel. Wettengel will get a big run on him down the front straightaway. Make that now 10 laps to go, 6 complete. Rudolph and Fletcher still together. Headed over to turns 1 and 2. Here's some more groups further back. Let's see where our bubble spot update is. This is actually not all the way back right now, just I believe the edge of your top 10 with Kingston Himes, Xander Rogers, Adam Maxwell, Adrian Cruz, John Burke is in the mix there. All this from about 6th on back, and they're fighting hard. Burke is going to really get into it, and he gets PJ Lida and one more collected. That might have collected Adrian Cruz, and I believe it did. So PJ Lida and Adrian Cruz and John Burke come together. Lida and Cruz are going to fall all the way to the tail and now go outside the top 20.
Yeah, so that's unfortunately going to guaranteed send them to the LCQ as we continue to watch the battle going back and forth. This time across the line, they're going side by side. Bubble spot right now goes to Gabe Lee, and just outside of it in the 21st is Tanner Bunny in the 21st position. Although I think they're going to get moved up 2 more positions to do that pass. It's now PJ Lida in the bubble spot. Sorry, take that back. It's Tanner Bunny in the bubble spot, and Oliver Cunningham sitting in 21st just outside of it. So I think there's only 3 remaining on track who are fighting for the bubble spot as everyone else has had some sort of incident or had to pull off.
Yeah, so Grace Emmerd there was, she was actually able to get back going, it seems, but she is down in 23rd. The drivers involved in that flip, it appears, might have been Tyler Stevens and Caleb Patry. We'll give an update on them when we can. For the lead here with 7 complete, coming to see the halfway signal. 8 down, 8 to go. Jeremy Fletcher is retaking the top spot. Aiden Rudolph still second. Aiden Levy is third. And then it's a little gap back to Tyler Wettengel and Connor Ferris with the way that things have shaken out. And it's going to get bigger. Ferris going back by Wettengel there in turns 1 and 2. So Connor Ferris retakes 4th. He brought Gia Cicero with him. Wettengel down to the 6th spot.
Yeah, Levy, last lap I think he was purple, but that got taken away by Gia Cicero. So Levy closing back up to the top 2. He's bided his time and just played the consistent game of very slowly catching back up to the top 2, trying to join the party out of main frame, I guess you can say, as he is now closed in within about a half a cart length of your second placement of Aiden Rudolph. There's a good battle happening farther back through the field. I think that is John Burke, if I'm not mistaken, who is up in that mix as well. I think that's a battle for just outside the top 10 as they make their way into the final couple of corners. Across the line, it's still Fletcher, Rudolph, and Levy, 1, 2, 3. And that was Xander Rogers running in 7th with Adam Maxwell 8th. And Kingston Himes is actually the one in the 9th position with Luke Welcome in the 10th spot. So that's what you're watching right now as they're making their way through. That's actually Adam Maxwell running in the 8th spot. Just in front of him is Xander Rogers. They continue to go back and forth farther on from behind.
John Burke able to make up 2 spots there on that lap. He's up to 9th now after helping Kingston Himes go by on Luke Welcome. He's able to get his way by Himes as well. So John Burke in the Super 2 Tony Kart. Again, he's already had a rough and tumbly pre-final to begin with that contact with PJ Lida and with Adrian Cruz. Now, Cruz is about 6 seconds back from Tanner Bunny, and Oliver Cunningham was already able to get by Bunny for that transfer spot. So, unfortunately, that contact from earlier, I think, has Texan-based driver Adrian Cruz out of contention of making it into the pre-final on his own merit. He'll have to go to the last chance qualifier. For Burke, on the other hand, currently 9th with help from Himes, headed down to 1 and 2. Welcome gets a little bit hot and heavy over the curbing, and then Zach Collins running right behind him there in the Will Power Kart is 12th. A 4-car train headed to turn number 4.
Yeah, and this is the 4 carts that we're watching right now. It's going to be currently 4.5 laps to go right now. So they are more than guaranteed to be inside the show unless something major happens. But an update on the transfer spot, it is still Oliver Cunningham sitting in the 20th position with Tanner Bunny in 21st, just outside of it. And they continue to go back and forth. Continue to watch the top four, or these four battle back and forth of John Burke, Kingston Himes, Luke Welcome, and Zach Collins. This time across the stripe, we're going to be looking at 4 laps to go. Your leaders making their way out of turns 1 and 2. And John Burke is now fully in the frame. 3 karts going back and forth, and I believe that is now Jeremy Fletcher trying to go on the attack, that is, of Aiden Rudolph just out in front. So Fletcher finds himself in a 2 Aiden sandwich. He's got Aiden Rudolph out in front, Aiden Levy from behind. 3 karts battling it out with about 4.5 laps to go to see who is going to start the inside or outside of row number 1 in the future this afternoon.
So let's see here again. Which driver gets to be the outside of row 1? As you mentioned, Caleb, they've got 4 laps to settle it. Aiden Rudolph, a car length up on Fletcher across the line. Aiden Levy looking pretty racy right here, but it's hard to tell how racy he is or if he's just kind of able to hang in the toe of these 2 drivers in front of him. Jeremy Fletcher checks the gap back, sees Levy's there, not close enough really to fight him too hard as they come out of turn number 4. You go back from them, Gia Cicero, Connor Ferris. They've broken well away from Xander Rogers. And I think Tyler Wettengell's had a problem. Tyler Wettengell on the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed did not cross the loop that time? There he is. Wettengell's out. Tyler Wettengell on the SCR Red Speed. He's out on the sidelines here. This was a driver we thought was going to easily transfer and be starting inside the first 5 rows. So from inside the top 5 now to 23rd to the LCQ for the 2nd U.S. Pro Kart Series event in a row. We go back to GoPro Motorplex's home racetrack. He qualified on the pole and got completely taken out off the beginning in turn number 4. And again, the bad luck just continues to plague Tyler Wettengell. A 23rd place result in the works now. This puts Tanner Bunny in the show temporarily, but Adrian Cruz is gaining on him. He's only a second back. So with Wettengell gone, Cruz might be actually able to get back into the main event.
Yeah, we're sitting about almost 2 laps to go. It will be 2 laps to go this time at the line as we continue to watch the top 3. Rudolph, Fletcher, and Levy. Here comes on the inside, Fletcher taking the spot away. Does Rudolph have a pass back available to him as they're looking at 2 laps to go across the line? Levy now all over the back bumper of Rudolph. Rudolph on the back bumper of Fletcher coming into turn 1. Fletcher defends a little bit, but doesn't go extreme. Making the way out of turn 2, coming up into 3. Fletcher now is going on the defensive, holding off both Rudolph and Levy right behind.
Nothing too over egregious from Jeremy Fletcher. He's doing a fine job holding the lead for now. A lap and a half to go here. We're going to head them through the downhill S's over towards the final sector of the racetrack. Fletcher, great exit out of the drop down hairpin. Still blocks anyway into the left-handed corner, turn number 8. They head for 9 now once again. The double apex right on through over to 10 and 11. Jeremy Fletcher will see the white flag this time with Rudolph in tow. Aiden Levy's just trying to give himself a good launch onto the straightaway because he lost some time to him. And then you go back. Gia Cicero is coming. So they're all closing up. Adrian Cruz, by the way, an update on the bubble spot. He was able to get to 20th. So Cruz is in the show. And look at this side-by-side fight. Rudolph knows that Levy's going to look to get there. Tucks back in line. Jeremy Fletcher holds through 3.
Yeah, Fletcher's doing a great job of defending for all it's worth as he is now continue because of all this defending and battling back and forth and has bunched up the top 4. Is now Gia Cicero is coming up into frame as they make their way to the drop-down hairpin through the hill for the final time. To the inside, that was Rudolph defending off of Levy. Gia Cicero now in frame, but I don't think she's there to make any moves as they're approaching about 3 more turns to go.
Here they come. Final couple of corners. Rudolph going to just block and bring it home. Jeremy Fletcher will hold at the top of the order and start on the front row for the main event along with Aiden Rudolph in 4th. Levy will start 6th after finishing in 3rd. You go back here, here's some of those midfield fights. That's John Burke's group across the line. This is about 8th to 13th. Alex Feldstein up 8 spots from the transfer bubble position into the show. Brooke Nachman up 4. Nikolay Dukov up 8. And an up-and-down race here for Nikolay Dukov, to say the least. Brooke Berry into the show. Oliver Cunningham, Gabe Lee, and Adrian Cruz, Tanner Bunny, Grace Hemmard, and a number of DNFs will all go to the last chance qualifier that'll be coming up here shortly. In the meantime, though, we do have our lunch break set. So we'll take this time to go off the air, and when we come back, more action from Road America, the last chance qualifier, and the main events here for the round 3 of the U.S. Pro Kart Series.